I don't belong here. I don't belong here.
Warning. The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome. Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Put you one time. Kick it. What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
All right. Hey, everybody. Good afternoon. Welcome. Greetings. Salutations. High fives. Fist bumps. My name's Alan Cox. Thanks for being here. Rob Anthony is right over there.
Hello there.
And if you'd like to join us, there's no big preamble to it. I mean, I do give you a lot of information at the top of the show and then throughout the show. People come in and out throughout the course of the afternoon, and I like to make sure that they have as much information as possible so that they can engage with us. It's all about the engagement these days. The phone number is 216-578-1007. 800-348-1007. We have a local number and then an 800 number. If you want to send me a text, that number is 35192. AlanCoxShow.com. I mean, the live stream used to be there. The live stream, the chat, that's like its own ecosystem, isn't it? The live stream and the chat.
Sure is.
Yeah. The Alan Cox Show YouTube channel will get you privy to that. And if you listen on the iHeartRadio app, which a lot of people do, you can leave us little talkback messages there as well. I feel like I've mentioned, I went for a long time without ever mentioning young Timothy Misney, Esquire, who I used to see with some regularity. I haven't seen him in person in quite some time, but of course, his billboards are all over the place, and it is funny because you know, every region or metropolitan area has its locally well-known lawyers because they advertise on billboards. And so people are most familiar with them because that's how they do it. So we have when I went home for Thanksgiving, and I was immediately bombarded with all of the lawyer billboards that I know and love, right? And some of them are cheeky, some are straightforward, some give themselves nicknames, you know. There's one guy in Chicago who calls himself like the dog hammer. I don't know what it is. Something, you know, call the dog man or something. I don't know. In Detroit, you know, they have a woman named Yomana Cruz, who they make reference to her if you watch that show Detroiters. That's all nothing but local references on that show. And of course, here in Greater Cleveland, you know, there's Friedman, Damiano, and Smith. They've got those bus cards. They've got Kissling, Nestico, and Reddick. Those are another guys. And then, of course, Tim Misney. But it's probably fair to say that other lawyers are probably ambivalent about young Timothy Misney because he's so ubiquitous, right? I mean, people who are not from here, you'll see them posting the billboards online and say, hey, I don't know what this is. There were billboards for a while that were just Tim Misney's eyes and eyebrows because it's so immediately known to anyone here that he doesn't have to have all of the other stuff along with it. And so it's funny to see people who aren't from here who are completely flummoxed by that, right? Mm-hmm. So all year long he has all of his billboards. And, of course, there's one right downtown here that is him in a Santa hat. Have you seen the one? It's like at Euclid and 18th.
Yeah, I just saw it yesterday.
Yeah, Euclid and 14th. And it says, and it has him on the left side. This is a static billboard, so it's not one of those digital deals. And on the other end, it has like a cartoon elf. And the word bubble with the elf is, Santa is okay, but Misney makes them pay. Of course, that's his famous line, right? I'll make them pay or whatever. But I have to say, I mean, the feeling of the season here, whether or not you observe Christmas, surely you observe some kind of holiday, and with those holidays, traditionally comes some good tidings, right? And to use an elf in such a way, so it's like it's pretty genius in its simplicity because I'll make them pay. The reason it's so popular is because obviously there's an inherent threat in that, but it's not to you. He's advocating on your behalf. He's threatening other people on your behalf. That's what any lawyer does, right? I don't get paid until you get paid, that kind of stuff. I'm here for you. I'm going to do this. And that's all well and good. But now he's got an elf threatening people, and I just don't know how. I assume that that's the implication there.
I mean, the elf thing is a good tie-in to Cleveland. We get the elf on the football field, right?
Well, that's true. I hadn't thought of that. That's Brownie the elf.
Yeah.
Decked out in Brown's colors.
So it's sort of, in the same vein.
Okay. I hadn't considered that.
The first thing I thought of when I saw it, oddly enough.
That's the first thing you thought of.
It is.
Brownie the elf.
Yeah. I was like, oh, look, another elf.
Now, if he probably couldn't because of trademark things or whatever, intellectual property, but had he decked out this elf in brown and orange, I would have been like, oh. But it's just kind of your standard issue elf.
Right.
Green and yellow, or green and red, rather, colors of the season. Santa is okay, but Misney makes them pay. Because let's drill down on what's happening here. Not only has he deputized the elf to threaten on his behalf, he's also made this elf kind of turn away from Santa by saying, yeah, this guy who has employed me and my family for millennia, because elves are supposed to be ageless, timeless, I think. The implication is, yeah, that guy's okay, but this guy over here, he's going to make them pay. This elf, I have to assume, is new to the whole proceeding. The elf doesn't even know who them is. They don't know.
It's a very broad stroke.
I'm taking big swings here.
Is it possible, though, that Santa is okay could refer to Santa as the client? So Santa was in an accident. He's okay. Misney's going to make him pay.
See, you've really put some thought into this where I simply had not. I was really taking it more at face. These are good questions to ask. So you're saying that Tim Misney
is
advocated for, is repping Santa.
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm thinking. The elf's like, yo.
It ain't a bad thought.
Misney's going to make this guy pay.
Misney makes them pay.
Santa's cashing in, man.
Okay.
You're probably more right, though. But
well, I don't know.
I overthink things. That's what I do.
I tend to do that, too. But there are different ways to overthink.
Oh, no, I overthink stupid things. Like, you'll actually, go deep into things that matter. I will obsess over a billboard for 3 days.
Oh, trust me, there's nothing about this that matters. I just saw it, and I was like, oh, okay, well, we're probably both overthinking it. I'm sure it's as simple as taking his catchphrase, applying it to the holidays, deputizing an elf.
See, I do like the idea, though, of this rogue elf. Santa's all right. He's not bad, but this Misney guy.
I never thought there'd ever be anybody that would get me to turn my back on Santa Claus.
Then I saw this eyebrow.
This guy. Yep. It turns out the long white hair and the beard, overrated. You get a guy with no hair at all, and you're in good shape. Santa is okay, but Misney makes them pay.
He has to have, like, the second most famous eyebrow to The Rock, right?
I mean, around here, his would be the first most famous.
Yeah, maybe.
If you were to take that band of just the eye and the eyebrows, because they're both bald, and, by the way, they're probably both built the same. If you were just take those billboards that they ran last summer, it was just the band of the eyebrows. If you were to put Rock the Dwayne Johnsons right next to Timothy the Rock Misnies. I bet people around here would probably identify both of them.
Oh, for sure.
Tim Misnies. Anywho, it's there. It's probably not the only place that particular billboard is. It's probably blanketed the area, which is smart to do. But it took me a second because I was there at a red light. And I was like, I'm not going to take this on face value. Perhaps there's some subtext.
Santa's all right.
Then again, yeah. You know what? I'm kind of over him. I don't mind telling you.
Finger guns.
It'd be funny if on the other side of the billboard, there was just this whole story written about the backstory of the actual thing.
on a scroll.
On a scroll. Hey, for anyone interested, continued on page 2.
Just the two of us standing back there reading it. Nobody else cares.
Yep. We got our ladders, opera glasses, like national treasure. Deconstructing the Da Vinci Code back there. The DeMisney Code in Cleveland. All right. I've got to take a break. I'll have a last pair of tickets for you for a whole bunch of things coming through. We'll set you up for that Poppy show. I want to go see AC/DC. I think those went on sale this morning, too. Incarceration, that's next summer. MMS is presenting Disturbed in the spring at the Romo Fijo. Do all that. 35192. Want to text me for something? Do it there, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Ready to win your trip to iHeartRadio Alter Ego 2025, presented by Capital One,
featuring Incubus.
Whatever tomorrow brings.
Cage the Elephants.
There ain't no rest for the wicked.
The Lumineers.
St. Vincent.
Glass Animals. The Head and the Heart.
Fontaine's DC. Moneskins. Damiano David.
And The Offspring.
Nothing's free.
The biggest single night of live alt rock on the planet.
For your chance to win an alter ego trip, just listen to this station on the free iHeartRadio app.
Thanks to Capital One for being the proud presenting partner of Alter Ego.
Capital One is the proud presenting partner of iHeartRadio Alter Ego 2025, bringing great products, rewards, and services to its customers. What's in your wallet?
You worry about your child with food allergies. I want my kids to enjoy every moment without us. Did you know Xolair Omalizumab 150 milligrams is an approved injection proven to significantly reduce allergic reactions when your child accidentally eats something they're allergic to?
When taken once or twice a month, Xolair focuses on the source of food allergy reactions. For adults and children as young as 1, Xolair is effective in reducing allergic reactions to a single or multiple foods. While taking Xolair,
216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007 if you want to join us live. 35192. You want to send me a text? You sent me the thing in the Led Zeppelin documentary. I hadn't seen anything about that.
Oh, my God.
Led Zeppelin is your favorite band?
My favorite band, tattooed on my leg.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
A picture of Robert Plant's face, I assume?
No,
Is
sir.
it the Zoso thing? What is
the
it?
the four symbols.
You didn't want to go for the Fallen Angel, the Swan Song logo?
I love it. I just wanted to have all four of them as a part of something. So I took the symbols from four.
Led Zeppelin documentary that'll be in theaters, IMAX screens. We have an IMAX-ish screen. They call it IMAX, but out at Crocker Park. Becoming Led Zeppelin. Oh, I hope it's a coming-of-age story. It's going to be on February the 7th, if you're a Led Zeppelin fan. I would go to the theater and see this.
Oh, yeah.
Like, Led Zeppelin's not my favorite band in the world. I like them immensely. But I would go see this.
I was talking to Corey about it, Corey Roddick.
Yeah.
I was like, we should just see if we can get one of those advanced screenings because they have one on February 5th. And I was like,
we should absolutely do that.
Just grab a bunch of dudes and go see it.
Allison McGordy, the film's writer and producer, said it wasn't easy to make the documentary because there's so little footage from the very early days. It premiered, so it's been around for a minute. It premiered 3 years ago at a couple of film festivals, and then they added some more material. And so there's unreleased footage of them playing at the Atlanta Pop Festival in 1969. Some John Bonham footage that people hadn't seen. And so, like interviews with the band and things like that. And so
Jason actually handed a bunch of stuff over, like family videos and stuff like that. So there's even some of that stuff behind the scenes of seeing
Jason Bonham.
Yeah.
Who's back on his own, by the way. He was surprised. He's like, whatever, it's the business. But he's like, I was surprised to get a call from Sammy Hagar and said, we're not going to need you on this upcoming tour. Jason Bonham has been Sammy Hagar's drummer now in The Circle for quite some time. Sammy's got a couple of bands. He's got his solo thing. He's got The Circle, which was him and Mike Anthony and Vic, who's the guitar player? Vic somebody.
I can't think of, yeah.
And not Victor Stone. That's Cyborg in the DC universe. And then Jason Bonham behind the drums for quite a while. He had that Chicken Foot band with Satriani and Chad Smith and Chili Peppers. But Jason Bonham has been behind the drums there for a while.
I thought he left to do that evening with Jason Bonham Led Zeppelin thing. I didn't know that
he left for some family stuff,
his
I
mom
guess.
passed away, right?
Yeah, and then so in the interim, Sammy Hagar got Kenny Aronoff, who is an amazing drummer. He's kind of more of a power drummer than Jason Bonham's got kind of some more finesse. He's got more of his dad's DNA in him. Kenny Aronoff, though, who was Mellencamp's drummer, I think, for the bulk of his career. And a great, great drummer.
Great.
And Sammy called Bonham, and he's like, we're going to stay with Kenny.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. So Jason's like, listen, man, I love the guy. No hard feelings. He goes, I was just surprised. He goes, I was getting ready to go on the road with those guys because that's what we do every year. And, so it didn't sound like there was any acrimony or anything like that. But, what's the rule in showbiz? Never get sick, right?
Exactly.
That you get it. When I'm gone here, we play best ofs. There's nobody filling in for me, right? But in situations where they have people filling in, they're like, they might like to fill in better. Maybe that'll switch. Maybe when I go on vacation, Rob will fill in.
Oh, God, no. No.
You can't wait to get out of here either.
I'm just planning my vacations around yours, man. You're off, I'm off. This is a group deal.
I usually have leftover vacation days at the end of the year. This year, I used every single one of them.
That's what you're supposed to do.
Well, because I didn't realize I had like 3 weddings this year. So I just drips and drabs throughout the year. I was burning through vacation days because I was out of town. I didn't realize that, though, until because our last live show of the year is next Friday. It's a week from today. And people were asking me, what are you doing for the anniversary show? I'm like, we're on vacation on my anniversary. My anniversary is December 16th. That'll be December 16th, which is a Monday, will be my 15th anniversary at WMMS. And so there's no big fanfare associated with that. That's just the date that it comes up on the calendar. But our last live show will be next Friday. I'm hoping that comedian Greg Fitzsimmons will be back in here with us. I got a handful of guests lined up for next week. Hopefully it'll all work out. But if you are a Led Zeppelin fan, that's pretty cool. And they are doing, as Rob said, they are doing like a one-night preview on February 5th in 18 cities. Cleveland's one of those?
I think so. I'm just going to do some begging. I'm just going to go wherever I can and be like, hey
guys, could you put this in Cleveland?
Any chance?
But it's going to be at Crocker Park. That's the IMAX that we have in Cleveland. And it looks like that February 5th they might do that one night out at Crocker Park.
Yeah.
So that would be cool. And then it's probably, going to be streaming immediately after that. They don't really take that long anymore to get those onto streaming, rather.
Yeah, I would assume so.
As a Gen Xer, I remember this guy, and I don't know if a lot of other people will. An actor named Tom Christopher. Thom. He's one of these guys that does THOM for Tom, which obviously is just a truncated version of Thomas, but most Toms go with the TOM. So, I had a buddy that did the DH in there, and we called him Thommy, and he hated it. I go, well, what do you want from me? I didn't tell you to do that. I didn't tell you. I didn't tell you to keep the H. You're Thommy.
It's like the Jeffs with a G. G-Hoff.
G-Off.
What do you say, G-Hoff?
I was wrestling in high school. Remember, this is high school. And we were very, very juvenile. Unlike now. But in high school, when I was wrestling, one of the guys on my wrestling team, his name was Jeff Beatty. B-E-A-T-T-Y. Jeff Beatty. Well, he spelled Jeff with the G-E. O-F-F. So unfortunately, his name became G-Off Beatty Off.
Yes. Well done.
Yeah. Don't know where he is now. He was a fine wrestler. It was my first season on the wrestling team, so I was getting pinned every night, and he was out there killing it. But no matter what happened, he'd still walk off that mat, being G-Off, Beatty Off. Anyway, Tom Christopher has died at the age of 84. He was largely known for his work on soap operas. He's 84 years old. Tom Christopher probably was not his given name, but it was his stage name. But I immediately remember him from, because I wasn't watching soap operas, he was Hawk on Buck Rogers in the 25th Century. When I was a kid, Buck Rogers, it was Gil Gerard, it was Erin Gray, she was Wilma Deering, it was Mel Blanc doing the robot's voice, and Hawk was this actor Tom Christopher. When people talk about, who was your first celebrity crush? Who was the first girl in TV or movies that made it move? For me, it was Erin Gray on Buck Rogers in the 25th Century.
I thought you were going with Tom Christopher there, the way you set that up.
Thom, you do it to me every time.
Your first crush.
Buck Rogers in the 25th Century. I loved this show. I had the toys. I had the comic books. I was 8 years old. It was only on for 2 seasons, but it felt like a decade. I loved this thing so much. And they released it as a film before the series aired. And it was on NBC. And it was just the best. And Tom Christopher was Hawk, or the Hawkman on there. And he's passed away. So anybody who remembers that show will remember the guy that I'm talking about.
Looking at his headshots, you could tell they were definitely going for that. Is this Telly Savalas look?
Right.
Like they got the hair, the collar, everything about him. He looks just like him in these shots from the 70s.
Why does the Hawkman keep asking people who loves you, baby? They had lollipops in the 25th century? It's futuristic. I don't know. It's candy. You put a stick in it.
Who loves you, baby?
Who loves you, baby? She's a whore. Thomas Christopher Portelli was his name. There you go. And so, in Buck Rogers, the Hawk, as the name implied, he was half man, half bird. And you have to wonder, in those kinds of characters, these hybrid characters, they're part and parcel of science fiction. They're in Star Trek and Star Wars and every kind of Trek and wars that there are out there. And these hybrid characters. But you have to wonder, in an age of 23andMe, do you think that if they were to spit in the vial and send it off, that they would find out, in fact, that perhaps they were more bird than man? Because they describe them as half man, half bird. And you go, you don't know that. You haven't dug in. So Buck Rogers in the 25th century with Aaron Gray, my very first TV or movie crush. Because she was. Do you remember this show? Did you care about it? I mean, you're a little bit. I was gonna say you're a little bit younger than me, so you would have been real little when this was on. But and again, it was only 2 seasons. It wasn't something that got put into syndication, obviously, or anything like that. But the spring before I turned 8, so I was. Let me do the math. 7. They put a film out, Buck Rogers in 25th Century, and I think it made probably some modest amount of money. And if I were to look back on it now, if I were to watch it again, it probably doesn't hold up. I don't know. But I just loved Aaron Gray. The conceit behind this, because I think Buck Rogers is a very old story that they brought back for the 70s TV show, is it's a guy, he's an astronaut with NASA, and he's piloting a space shuttle, and he flies into a wormhole or something, they don't know. And, you know, this was back when TV shows would tell you the story with the preamble at the beginning. You know, Buck Rogers is like, and he's frozen in space for 500 years. And he is found in the year 2491. And so he's a fish out of water immediately, man. He's like, you know, that's basically like what Demolition Man was with Sylvester Stallone. And, you know, you don't know the 3 shells? Ha, 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 ha. That kind of thing. But, yeah, so obviously they unfreeze him, and now he's a 20th century guy in the 25th century. But, man, did I love that show. So, anyway, when I saw that Tom Christopher had died, I was like, oh, that's Hawkman. That's half man, half hawk. That's part of my childhood there. If you listen to us on the iHeartRadio app, you're more than welcome to use that little red dot there and leave us messages.
Hey, Alan. Speaking of fecal fountain, I don't know if you remember a thing from the 90s internet days called Fecal Japan. If you don't remember it, I suggest you look it up. You're welcome.
Yeah, yesterday we were talking about how splash pads, CDC and pediatricians are like, hey, FYI, those splash pads are basically recirculating poop flakes from kids running around, little kids running around in their diapers. Who are not clean, and some of them are like vomiting in the water, and obviously it's just being recirculated, and then because they're little kids, and they're very tactile, they stand there with their mouths wide open over the spouts or whatever, so that guy was referring to that. I know there's a band called Fecal Japan, but I do remember what he's talking about. I don't know if you go back to the mid-90s with the internet, I'm talking the early days of people going, oh wow, we can put anything on here. And because of human nature, 90% of it was really gross. I mean, it was rotten.com and ogreish and all those kinds of websites. But there was also a website called tubgirl.com. I don't know if everybody remembers tubgirl.com.
I don't.
Okay, that's what he's referring to with Fecal Japan. I assume he doesn't mean the band. No, because he said the early days of the internet. There was a website. I don't even know if it's still up. I bet you it's not. I bet it's long expired and gone. But tubgirl.com sometimes it was a static photo, normally a static photo. I don't know if they were doing video yet on the internet in the mid-90s. It was a woman who was naked in a tub, and she was I'm trying to describe this as best I can to paint the picture. She was lying on her back, and she's very flexible, and she has popped her hips up so that her knees would be near her ears, right? Like the beginning part of a somersault backwards. You see what I'm saying?
I do.
Okay, so she's on her back. She's popped her hips up, and she has had someone photograph her while she is suffering from, let's say, aggressive diarrhea.
Okay. I guess now the quotes that I'm seeing of it make sense.
The photo itself, if anybody remembers, is her relieving herself in that position so that there is an arcing and a landing onto herself. So, coming full circle to the splash pads, it's very similar to that. That I would have to imagine that website is long gone. If that's what you're talking about, sir, and I bet that is what you're talking about.
I Googled it. The first thing that comes up is, what is Tub Girl and why you should not Google it?
There you go. It's like Goatsy. People will be like, don't go to Goatsy. Yeah, the early days of the internet, boy, it truly was the Wild West. Now it's just, the internet now, people aren't really being hyperbolic when they say, wouldn't life be great if the internet were gone? But in the early days of it, boy, it was a lot of fun. If you had the stomach for it, But this was like pre-Two Girls, One Cup. Those were the viral pictures and videos of the day.
Now I wish I didn't Google it, just like it told me not to.
Oh, you found it?
I sure did.
Yeah. So
that's a shame.
I imagine
you described it perfectly.
That URL is probably long gone, but I'm surprised that the images are still there.
No.
Anyway, there is a band called Fecal Japan, but thank you, sir.
Weekend ruined.
And it hasn't even begun yet. That's the best part.
Oh, boy.
I'm going to take a break here. I want to go see Poppy. I bet she's never made a photo like that. She's a lovely, talented young woman. Poppy is doing a solo tour that's going to bring her to the House of Blues in 2025, specifically March 26th. They're All Around Us tour at the House of Blues. If you want to go, I'll give you my last pair of tickets on the way back.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app.
2 hours to midnight.
This week, brand new metal from Killswitch Engage, Knocked Loose, and Memphis May Fire. Local music from Ancient Limbs and Accuse the Villain, and throwbacks from Coroner, Motorhead, and Manowar.
Saturday Night Metal.
10 to midnight.
On 100.7
WMMS.
Sarah Spain for iHeart Women's Sports, presented by Elf Beauty.
Tonight is the Golden State Valkyries expansion draft, the first step in the WNBA expansion team's roster creation. Each WNBA team is allowed to protect up to 6 players on their roster who can't be drafted by Golden State, and the Valkyries can pick one unprotected player from each of the other 12 franchises if they choose. There are more rules. You can learn those when you watch live on ESPN at 6:30 p.m. Eastern. For more women's sports stories, subscribe to Good Game with Sarah Spain on iHeart Podcasts.
Elf Cosmetics presents Get Ready with Music, the album, an empowering new album for every mood. With 92% of women saying music boosts their spirits while getting ready, this album blends makeup and music to celebrate self-expression. Available now on the iHeartRadio app.
Firefighters Community Credit Union, where we're not just for firefighters. Become a member today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2024.
Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
iHeartRadio is your #1 app for the holidays. Just open the app and search Holiday and start listening to Magic 105.7, plus all kinds of other holiday stations, playlists, and podcasts. iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
What's up, sandwich heads? Today on Steve-O's Sandwich Reviews, we've got the tips and tricks to the best sandwich order. And it all starts with this little guy right here. Pepsi Zero Sugar. Partial to pastrami, craving a Cubano. Yeah, sounds delicious, but boom! Add the crisp, refreshing taste of Pepsi Zero Sugar and cue the fireworks. Lunch, dinner, or late night, it'll be a sandwich worth celebrating. Trust me, your boy's eaten a lot of sandwiches in his day, and the one thing I can say with absolute fact, every bite is better with Pepsi.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Old Spice Swagger Holiday Pack, perfect for a gift to treat yourself. 24/7 holiday freshness, with daily use can smell your bestest. I'm gonna be smelling great all season. Old Spice scents just can't be beaten. Chock full of value, saving that green. Got the essentials needed to feel clean. Deodorant, hair, body wash, and spray. Celebrate your holiday the Old Spice way. Ho 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 ho.
With its new look and taste, Dasani is always crisp, clean, and refreshing. So, when thirst calls, answer with the new refreshed taste of Dasani water, now without salt. Learn more at Dasani.com.
Breaking Benjamin and Stained. Awaken the Fallen Tour. May 19th, Blossom Music Center, with special guests Wage War and Lakeview. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Breaking Benjamin and Stained, part of the Minutemen Concert Series.
The PayPal app has amazingly low prices for holiday shopping. Get cashback offers in the app, and when you use the PayPal debit card, PayPal stacks 5% more in the monthly category of your choosing on up to $1,000 in purchases. Don't just pay, PayPal.
Searching for the perfect holiday gift? Discover ClevelandInABox.com. Send a taste of home to your loved ones with a custom box filled with Cleveland's local favorites. It's the perfect way to share the spirit of our city. And for your business partners, employees, or clients, Cleveland in a Box makes the ideal corporate gift. Show your appreciation with a unique and thoughtful present this holiday season. Order now at ClevelandInABox.com and make this holiday season unforgettable.
You can use your phone at a doctor's office. You can use your phone at a football game. You can even use your phone at an amusement park. But one place you should never use your phone is behind the wheel. Fines now start at $150. So remember, Ohio, phones down. It's the law.
'Tis the season for treatin' with Dunkin', and nothing brings instant holiday cheer like a dozen Dunkin' Donuts. Whether it's a work party, family gathering, or holiday brunch, it's the gift that makes everyone on your list happy. America runs on Dunkin'. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer. Terms apply.
Watching Clorox cleanup spray dissolve tough grime in the shower feels like...
Wait, this really just happened? I'm shocked. Underwear and everything?
It feels like being able to zip up your overpacked suitcase on the first try.
Smooth.
With Clorox, clean feels satisfying. Clean feels good. Use as directed.
Looking for the perfect holiday gift? Give your loved ones peace of mind on the road with the AAA gift membership for only $35. Stop by your local AAA branch or visit us online at AAA.com/gift. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply.
So you're at a birthday party with your kid. Then out of nowhere, you see your little one take a bite of a food they're allergic to. It's nerve-wracking. Did you know Xolair omalizumab 150 milligrams is an FDA-approved injection proven to significantly reduce allergic reactions when your child accidentally eats something they're allergic to?
When taken once or twice a month, Xolair focuses on the source of
Little St. Vincent. She's doing that I Heart Alter Ego Festival out there in L.A. in a few weeks. Alan, February 5th is my birthday. Why don't you invite me out for the boys' night at the Led Zeppelin documentary? I dig you and Rob, and I like Led Zeppelin. Well, you're putting the cart before the horse, as it was, sir. Somebody also commented that their big complaint about Tub Girl is that she had no boobs.
Well, I can think of 15 other things before I get to that.
Yeah, that's right.
Lorraine asks on the live stream how I've been in radio for so long and never heard of that. Well, I don't have an answer for that, but now I will never be the same.
I mean, better late than never, right?
Well, never would have been good. Never probably would have been good.
Somebody referred to Tub Girl and Goatsy as the original Rick Rolls. You know, you'd click on something, that picture would come up, and yeah.
Yeah, I mean, even through like the Napster and LimeWire and all that stuff, I never, ever stumbled on that.
Yeah. Or is the plural of Rick Rolls, is the plural of Rick Roll Rick Rolls or Rick's Roll? Like
Rick,
attorneys general.
Rick Rolls.
It's Rick Rolls?
I would think, right? Because it's the rolls that's plural.
Rick Rolls is plural. Okay.
Here we go.
Hey.
Hey-oh. Hey-oh.
This is Goatsy, eh? I'll tell you what, speaking of Rick Astley, I got dragged to Rick Astley.
Dragged, air quotes.
He did the House of Blues here in Cleveland a few years ago. This would have been 2018. And my wife wanted to go. And we had friends that were going too. And so I kind of begrudgingly went because I was like, but I was curious what the crowd was going to be, the makeup of it. Obviously, I knew it'd be older, but I was just kind of curious. And I forgot, A, how many legit hits he had. And B, I was not aware of what a roundly talented guy. It was one of the best goddamn shows I have ever seen.
I've heard he's great
Rick
live.
Astley at the House of Blues. It was so good. He's playing the drums in some songs, and then he's singing, and he's doing, oh, it was so good. I'm so glad I went.
Did he save that song for the end? Was it the encore?
No, I think he did it like middle of the set.
Awesome.
That was a flex.
As he should.
Yeah. Because he's got a couple of ballads in there, you know, but you forget. I mean, everybody knows Never Gonna Give You Up, Together Forever. That was a follow-up. That was a huge hit. Basically the same song, different lyrics, but they got you. And This Old House and Don't Say Goodbye, Take a Strong, Strong Man. Guy's got She Wants to Dance with Me. And he still sounds great. I don't know how old the guy is now. He's got to be at least 30. Rick Astley is 58 years old.
That was also the first time I ever liked that Gautier song, by the way.
Oh, you don't like the Gautier song?
I hate that song so much.
I remember, okay, so Gautier did Somebody That I Used to Know. This was a guy who was a producer, and he goes, well, I've been writing a lot of songs for people. Maybe I'll do a song. So that song comes out, what year was that? 2011. And we were in Austin, I think, for Austin City Limits. We used to go every year, and we were there in 2011. And that song was he was obviously playing the festival that year. But that song was on the radio every 5 minutes.
Oh,
and I got to tell you, I never get sick of it.
Really?
I hear it on the lake a lot. You know, we're out there in the suite. I love, and then he went away. He did have a couple of follow-ups, but then the guy was like, I think I'm better in the studio than going out on tour. I just think it occurred to him that maybe he'd rather produce for other people than get out there and tour.
The video was cool, but the song sucks.
I love the song. Love it. Him and that Kimbra girl who was kind of doing her own thing. Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah. I think that song's great. And this is what it is, man. You know what I mean? The same noises and sounds are hitting our ears, and two different people will go, One person will love it. The other person will go, that sucks. Hate it.
An ass for every seat, man.
Yeah. I mean, it was not the best song on that album. The best song on the album was called Eyes Wide Open. But the big hit was Somebody That I Used to Know. Because it used this like sample. There was an instrumental from the 60s that sampled it. And so the music itself was kind of unlike other things that you heard on the radio. And yeah, but boy, did they beat the piss out of that song when it was brand new.
Still do. You mentioned the late. I mean, we play it all the time.
Well, yeah, because that's like the only song he had that people paid attention to.
Yeah, there was a follow-up. There was one more song that I thought actually was pretty good.
I mean, when he did SNL, he did Somebody That I Used to Know and Eyes Wide Open, which I thought was it's about climate change, and this is 2011. And I thought it was a much better song. I thought that was the best song on the record, but, and then he kind of went away, and that was it. I don't know if he and Hosier were out about the same time, but Hosier's back doing friggin' arenas.
Dude, huge right now.
Yeah.
He had that song about the way he likes his whiskey, and the place just went bananas.
Sure. Never underestimate how horny girls can get. When Hosier, he's got hose in his name. It's subliminal advertising.
Never thought of that.
Well,
now
you think that guy's hose? I'm hosier than him. Hose. Wait till Hosiest comes out. Yeah. It's going to be all over for Hosier when Hosiest puts out his debut album.
You think Hosier's good? Wait till you see this.
Alan, I'm late to the party, but talking first celebrity crushes, I have my holy trinity. Farrah Fawcett in that red swimsuit from that famous poster. And then there was Catherine Bach. And then Terry Garr. This is tell me how old you are without telling me how old you are, right? Farrah Fawcett, who I never got into that classic famous swimsuit poster. That she was never the Farrah Fawcett didn't make anything move for me. Catherine Bach, of course, was Daisy Duke.
Oh, yeah. That was mine.
And I loved the Dukes of Hazzard as a kid, but she didn't do it for me either.
First time I got that Zap and Los Pantalones. That was the one that did it, man.
Mom, did you run my jeans through the dryer? Because they feel really, really tight.
It's got a shock.
You know you're not supposed to dry denim, Mom. You're not even supposed to wash them more than once a month.
That didn't do it for you, huh?
Catherine Bach.
Yeah.
No.
Wow. Good Lord, man.
You know what it was? I think because I was a young, nubile Catholic boy, I think maybe I was looking for, I was into demure, Rob, before anybody else was. I think as a young boy, Daisy Duke was probably a little bit too out there for me.
All right.
She's putting it on display.
How did you feel about...
Now, I say that, but I was also obsessed with Three's Company.
Oh, well,
but let me pull a hard left turn on you here. I liked Joyce DeWitt.
Yeah, but I think that's a very common answer.
Everybody loves Suzanne Summers.
I think people are split. I really do.
I loved Janet. Oh, that little pixie haircut.
How did you feel about the woman that was Bonnie on Knight Rider? Do you remember her?
I don't.
Oh, man.
Bonnie on Knight Rider.
Yeah, her name is Patricia McPherson.
Bonnie Barstow. Oh, I see her here.
Yeah.
No, not for me.
Oh, that was...
I get it,
dude.
But yeah, not for me.
Had a rough time with that one, too. I didn't know if I liked her or the car more and which one made it move more.
Mm-hmm.
It's just both. Bonnie.
So in your brain, there was like a split screen between the car and Patricia McPherson.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Hasselhoff's in the corner getting cucked by both of them. Yeah.
Hello, Michael. And then I almost died when I found out the teacher in the show Boy Meets World
is the voice of Kit. Yeah.
Oh, I hated that. I hated when I found that out. Part of me died. Because
he's still alive.
I wanted the car to be its own voice. I didn't want anybody to voice the car. And then I found out it was that guy, and I was like, God damn it. This nerdy teacher guy no.
Yeah, but that's a character. In real life, the guy could have been a wild man.
Doesn't matter.
Wow.
Nobody could live up to what Kit was in my mind. And then there was Carr. Remember the evil brother?
Yeah. The actor's name is William Daniels. He's still alive. He's 97 years old.
Oh, my goodness.
He and his wife are still alive. She's 95. Bonnie Bartlett was his wife. They were both actors. I think she was on St. Elsewhere or something. They both look like they were just dug up in an Egyptian excavation. I mean...
You think they're still doing it?
They're 97 and 95.
What do you think?
Still doing it?
Yeah.
They haven't done it in 40 years.
They're alive.
30 years. Yeah, no, listen, yeah.
Just put on some Bonnie McPherson videos.
William Daniels is the
Hello.
guy's name.
Hello, Michael.
Yeah.
The car sound. Man, it's moving again.
Let me find some, hold on. I'm going to find some Knight Rider for you.
This could be embarrassing.
Some voice stuff.
Voices on Earth.
Tell them about the Greece story, the voice. He's interested in the voice.
Oh, we were in a little town in Delphi, and there was a...
Doesn't really sound like a car anymore.
You can already hear it. You know where it's going.
Yeah.
All he's going to do is go, and then I went like this. And then I'm gonna just go right back to sad.
SADD.
S-A.
That was the other car that they had back then. It was Kit and Car and Sad.
It's a clown car with a frown on it.
Yeah, sure is. Hey, Andrew.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Good show.
Thank you, sir.
Well, I just heard Rob talking about the first time he got that zap in his pants. First of all, that's a great line there. So I remember sixth grade, 1996, Summer Olympics, watching Dominic Mucciano doing her floor routine. I'm like, what is happening right now?
Wait, what was her? What was her name? She was the
Dominic Mucciano
from Croatia or something.
Oh, she's from the United States. Remember, she did that double one down to Georgia.
I don't remember that. I mean, I remember Christy Yamaguchi, but that would have been 92, I think.
Yeah, this is Summer Olympics '96 in Atlanta.
That was the bombing one, right?
That was. I mean, that didn't do it for me.
I was going to say in many ways, apparently.
Andrew's like, when that bomb went off, so did I, when she was doing her floor routine. Billy Joel and I were in the same state. Okay.
I do remember her now.
What was her name? Dominique Mociano?
Yeah.
Mociano.
Dominique Moci. Oh, yeah. Okay. I vaguely remember her. Yeah.
Yeah, not me. Oof. All right.
Okay. Thank you, Andrew. There you go. Wow.
That's man. Yeah, I don't know.
My foray.
I also almost thought he said Dominic in the beginning. I was like, oh, okay.
My foray into, or the first time I made my bones in this business was when I was interning for a morning show in Chicago, and I was like the stunt boy type thing, and they would send me out to do stuff, and there was a huge press conference with Christy Yamaguchi, and I was like 20, and I got my little media credentials on there or whatever, and there's all the local media. It's all the TV stations, all the local radio stations, right? She was pimping something. It was some marketing thing. But because Christy Yamaguchi was a big, big name from the Olympics, she was a figure skater, I think, I burst my way into the front, and I jammed a microphone in her face, and I asked her a hilarious question. And I was surrounded by all these like stuffed shirts in local Chicago media who just couldn't believe the audacity of this kid getting in there. And she answered my question and laughed, and I split. And I took that tape back.
What'd you ask her?
Home run. I don't remember. Okay. Something dumb, but funny. Because everybody else was like, so, Christy, the way back from the, what are your thoughts? That kind of stuff, right? I mean, you're with a local television station, and you've got to ask them. You're not going to ask them a funny question. It's got to be on at 10 o'clock that night.
Right.
I had to get in there, make myself known.
What's your favorite Pop-Tart?
Hey! You like brown sugar and cinnamon? I mean, she was probably on a box of cereal. It was probably that dumb. It was probably, because you get these, back then, you get these press releases faxed to you.
Yep.
Hey, so-and-so is going to be at the, in the ballroom of the Hilton at 9 a.m. And that's what it was.
It's funny. My first interview was also a gymnast. I talked to Mary Lou Retton. I was in Florida for the Children's Miracle Network thing, and she was involved with it then. And she came over, and she was with this country singer named Mark Wills. He sings, 1980 something, I believe, was the only hit this guy ever had. So they both sit down in front of me. And I start recording the interview, and I say, we're here with Mary Lou Retton, America's Sweetheart, blah, blah, blah. And I run through the whole thing. I said, and Mark Willis. And he goes, Wills. And I go, whatever. And I turned back to her, and I kept going with her. I did not say another word to him the entire time. I felt kind of bad, but then I didn't.
Said, what you talking about, Wills?
He goes, it's Wills. I'm like, I don't care.
Yeah, I'm here to talk to her, all right? Are you on a Wheaties box? No.
Yeah. Does everybody know who you are?
Right.
Everybody knows who she is.
Mark Will's the pride of Cleveland, Tennessee.
Thank God you didn't say Ohio. I would have felt so bad. I was probably listening and crying.
Dramatic pause, yeah. He's at home. It's Wills.
Bitch, it's Will.
Wills.
Mark Willis.
19-something was his big song.
Yeah.
Mark Wills.
Yep.
Alan Heather Thomas from Fall Guy. That's a quality pick. Because you had Heather Thomas people and you had Heather Locklear people. She was over on TJ Hooker. And then later, I think she was on Dynasty. But Heather Thomas from Fall Guy, great pick. Alan, I was just a kid, but Randolph Mantooth from Emergency did it for me. Not Kevin Teague. You weren't into Kevin Teague. You were into Randolph Mantooth.
Elizabeth Shue was also a big one for me.
That
was
Adventures in Babysitting and Back to the Future.
Uh-huh.
She was the swap out. I actually liked the OG Marty McFly girlfriend, an actress named Claudia Wells. She was the girl in the original Back to the Future. For whatever reason, maybe it was contractual, maybe she didn't want to do it. Elizabeth Shue gets swapped in to be the girlfriend in Back to the Future numero dos.
Do you watch The Boys?
Love The Boys.
She looks fantastic still. She was
she
was
looks
in that
unbelievable.
show. She's incredibly beautiful.
Her brother is the one who got cucked by those GMA anchors.
Oh, really?
Andrew Shue was the one married to Amy Robach when she was having an affair with the other dude on the, yeah.
Oh.
And I think Andrew Shue started dating the guy's wife. How's that for a flex?
Wow.
Like a Shania Twain, Vince, who is that? Shania Twain's, when she was married to Mutt Lange and he was banging her friend.
Oh, I don't know.
So she marries the friend's husband. That is the move, man.
I never put those two together. Ever.
Yeah.
All right.
Dominique Mosiano graduated from John Carroll years ago, Stephen Canton says. Well, there you go. Andrew, she might still be lurking around this town. She might have just heard you profess your undying boner for her. I can't say love.
His first zap.
Yeah. Honey, how was your day? She's talking to her, she's got local family maybe. Oh, I heard a guy call a radio show and say that I was his first zap. Right?
And by zap, he meant erection.
Yes.
Boner.
What, Grandma?
Boner.
What?
Boner.
Oh, I love you, Grandma. I miss you. So, yeah.
Alan, you guys are talking about All I Want for Christmas Is You by Mariah Carey. I actually hit you up last year about this. I'm going to do it again because you dismissed it. Africa Bambaataa is one of many writers on that song. I know you're like, oh, no, she writes her own stuff. You didn't look it up. I know you didn't because it's a fact. So I'm going to say it again. Africa Bambaataa was one of like...
Later we'll have some pumpkin pie and we'll do some caroling.
Now, there were 9 writers who helped Brenda Lee sing about the effing pie.
That's right.
The
original person was like, we should go pumpkin. The next guy was like, no, that's too on the nose. Let's go pumpkin. And then the last guy's like, what if we ever say the F word and nobody really knows? And for the eternity, they speculate on what she actually said. Let's go with that, George.
Have you been getting blasted by everybody sending you the memes now of people saying exactly what you said?
Yes.
Later we'll have some pumpkin pie and we'll do some caroling.
Yeah, listen, Africa Bambaataa probably had his fingers in that too. I know that Brenda Lee was a big Soul Sonic Force fan, so.
I just got a very uncomfortable text from my mother.
Can it wait till after the break?
Sure.
Is it something that requires...
No, it fits right into what we were just talking about.
Oh, yeah, go ahead then.
She just texted Kelly LeBrock Weird Science, which means my mom is telling me what my first zap actually was.
That's a great first zap, though. Kelly LeBrock and Weird Science?
I know, but my mom telling me, like, can I just go with me thinking it was what it was? Now my mom knows when it was, and I'm uncomfortable.
Uh-huh.
Don't listen, Mom. Jesus Christ.
Your mom's back in Massachusetts. Where is she?
Robbie's first erection. It's in a book written down. 1983.
I know, because I kept a lock of your pubic hair.
It was a zap.
Uh-huh.
If anybody would keep a lock, it's probably my mom. She had my teeth. She
never gave him back, did she?
Nope.
No.
Robbie's first pube. Okay.
My mom, I was the oldest of 4. My mom kept about 4 pages of a baby book for me and then nothing for anyone else. So She wasn't really committed to the baby book situation, which is absolutely fine with me.
You can have some of my stuff.
I
if you
couldn't
want.
care less.
Hand it over to you.
Have your mom, Mrs. Anthony, send that, mail that pube to us, okay? We'll put up on the wall of fame here at the show. All right. I've got to take a break. I will have those AC/DC tickets for you. Their first tour in 9 years is coming to Cleveland next summer, spring, May 28th. They're going to do Huntington Bank Field. I have one more pair of tickets for you to win, and I will hand those off next.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell me to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
iHeartRadio live with Linkin Park.
Woody hangs with Mike Shinoda and new singer Emily Armstrong.
These are the pants I wore in the music video.
This is what you asked for. Emmy is the crack. She's wearing the pants.
Go inside the new album From Zero. Available now.
The new era of Linkin Park.
Live.
Hear it right here on the radio and the free iHeart app. Tonight, 8 p.m.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Variably cloudy skies for your Friday. Can't rule out some lake effect snow showers developing to the east. Highs near 30. Clouds tonight with lingering lake effect out east. Overnight lows around 20. For your Saturday, clouds mixed with sunshine. Highs in the mid-30s.
This report is sponsored by Romeo's Pizza. The new Romeo's Pizza online-only deal saves you $7 off any order of 30 or more. And this holiday season, partial proceeds of your Romeo's Pizza purchase benefits St. Jude Children's Research Hospital.
right, I'm going to go see AC/DC, the Power Up 2025 tour coming to Cleveland because we've got a football stadium, and that's what they require. Special guest, The Pretty Reckless. It's going to go down Wednesday night, May the 28th at Huntington Bank Field, right on the shores of Lake Erie. It's their first tour in almost a decade. Ticketmaster.com for the details. I think they are on sale as we speak. You can get my last pair this week. Good luck. 2 for AC/DC next spring in Cleveland. Call 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Who needs broadcasting awards?
The I Like the Sound of My Own Voice award.
When you've won World's Sexiest and 5 years in a row.
And the winner is
Alan Cox.
On 100.7 WMMS.
With king-size bed. You said somebody in Akron won $1 million in the lottery.
I did.
That's insane.
Crazy. And I go to that grocery store.
The Acme Fresh Market?
Yep. So I was pissed.
Right.
I mean, happy for that person.
I was going to say, you're telling me you're not the winner is what you're saying. You're implying.
I wouldn't be here if I was, Alan.
Right.
I mean, I love you, but...
Alan, did they already fire Rob? No, he won the lottery. He
just gave me the finger and...
He sure did. His mom's still mailing that pube. But I'm sure she's pleased about that.
That's why I just text. I'm like, don't listen, please. Jesus Christ.
Yep. Somebody in Akron is $1 million winner. They bought a Merry Money scratch-off, one of those Christmas seasonal tickets at the Acme Fresh Market. They chose the cash option. That's $500,000 for the winnings. See, that's the crazy thing, right? Is how much less you get. It's still a lot of money, but after taxes, this $1 million ticket, this person will have $360,000. That's great. That's awesome. That's money you didn't have before. That ain't life-changing money, you know.
I know.
So if you take the annuity, obviously it's a whole tax thing. I would take I think most people tell you, take the cash.
Right.
But then you have a lot of people, I think the people who have the self-awareness that they don't want to blow through all the money, they go, I take the annuity. Except, let's say you die 5 years in.
It's over.
Yeah, it doesn't go to next of kin. So the money, you know, I think that's the smart play.
All right, so I guess I would be here, Alan. Can I come back? Can I still keep coming to work every day?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely. I'm happy to have you. Yeah. So congratulations to whoever that person is. Also, congratulations to our own Rob Anthony, who I was told in the break here that Dominique Mosiano has a gym in Medina, in your neck of the woods. Yes.
I'm going to have to stop in.
There you go.
Maybe I can introduce them.
If you've never seen Rob on a pommel horse, you haven't been living. Yeah. And her husband is a doctor with the Cleveland Clinic. Womp womp. Well, listen, it sounds like they've got a nice life.
Looks like we're not playing matchmaker.
I guess.
That's pretty awesome.
Yeah, no, that's great. Everybody blowing me up. Hey, she still lives here. She has a gym in Medina. That's great. My youngest brother was a gymnast. He was in the Junior Olympics, and he was a coach for a long, long time. He and his first wife had a gym, and that was his entire life. Now, my brother's practically a cyborg now, too. My mom was like, boy, if I had known what your brother was going to get into, how it was going to beat up his body, I would have never, taken him to his first tumbling class when he was 5 years old. But he grew up to be quite an accomplished gymnast, but his spine is all pins and his legs are pins. And
Jesus, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, he's had a lot of things because it just, it can destroy your knees and your spine. And I will never, ever, ever forget being at one of my brother's meets when he was a coach. I was he would have been mid-20s, so I would have been late 20s. And I was home, and he was coaching a meet, tumbling, right? So these long mats where they're running and they're flipping and doing these whatever. And I'm sitting it wasn't like well attended. It was just like kind of a weekend thing. Nothing of any great import. But I was there because I was curious to see. I had grown up seeing him. He's 5 years younger than me. I had grown up seeing him compete. And so seeing him as a coach, I was interested to see this whole thing. And one of the girls on his team runs down the mat. You know, they're going at supersonic speeds to get themselves worked up for these routines that they're going to do, flips and stuff. And she lands wrong, and she breaks her leg. And it sounded like a shotgun went off
Jesus.
In this. I'm up in the top of the bleachers, and I was like, oh, I knew instantly what it was. I was like, oh, my God.
There's certain things, man, like that.
It literally sounded like a shotgun went off.
Just got the chills.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Nasty. Live audio from my brother's meet. So, yeah, congratulations to her.
Yeah,
if Rob won, the show would have 2 millionaires. You son of a bitch. You son of a bitch.
Celebrity net worth.
How dare you imply I'm just a regular blue-collar dude?
Alan, I left a Fecal Japan message yesterday, and you knew exactly what I was talking about, as I knew you would, you little pervert.
Mm-hmm.
Love you guys. Take it easy.
All right, yes. Yes. I know.
Thanks again for that.
Uh-huh. Tubgirl.com. Mm-hmm.
Unnecessary.
So, also on the subject of money, insurance. More and more information coming out on this insurance. The CEO of United Healthcare, who was killed there in broad daylight by someone who, on first blush, was dressed as though this was like a professional hit job. But obviously, as more information, when these kinds of things happen, these very dramatic cases, as law enforcement gets more involved, and then, you know, people, the spheres of information get wider, and you get more information, and it starts to get boring because they're like, okay, it was just some dumb guy. They have his face now. They said that this was a guy who had been wearing a mask, like a COVID mask, right? Like a lot of people still do. But he was staying at a hostel in New York. They think that he had taken a bus from Atlanta and had used a fake ID. But the way that he got his face, his photo, was completely coincidental. He was checking in or talking to someone at the counter at the hostel, some girl, and he told her she was cute or something like that. And he pulled down his mask so that she could see his face. That's what happened.
Not sure what you're doing later, but I'm off to kill someone. I'm going to come back and order a coffee if you don't mind, if you want to hang out. It'd be kind of fun.
Hey, let me get this murder out of the way. And what are you doing? When do you get off? Because this guy's going to get off the planet in about 20 minutes.
It'd be really cool to see you again. I mean, his family's never going to see him again, but it'd be kind of cool to sit down and catch up a little.
The killing was well planned, says law enforcement, but sloppy, because I think they have his DNA.
Yeah, I guess he left a water bottle.
Bottle,
oh,
yeah.
Christ almighty.
Well, there's probably, you get a full head of steam, and no matter how much, if you're not a professional, no matter how much you plan for these things, you're probably going to miss something. They're pretty sure that he traveled by Greyhound bus to New York from Atlanta. That alone would make you mad enough to murder someone. I remember taking a Greyhound bus from Chicago to Stevens Point, Wisconsin. I didn't realize it was going to stop every 8 feet. I was like, oh, my God. Oh, my God. He used a fake New Jersey driver's license to check into a hostel on the Upper West Side. He dropped his mask in a flirtatious moment with the clerk. So unbeknownst to her, she has really assisted. Her being this guy being horny, she has really assisted law enforcement. And, of course, he wrote on the bullets. That information got dropped, too. They have a bunch of surveillance videos. They have a burner phone and a water bottle that they think that he dropped when he fled the scene. So they think that they've lifted one fingerprint from the water bottle. So they're trying to put all of the pieces together.
They must know a ton, too, because they're only offering a $10,000 reward, right? So if they didn't, if they were just sitting on their hands waiting, trying to figure something out, it'd be like a $100,000 reward.
But you know what I think really sucks is that people are murdered in New York all the time. If this was a regular guy,
right,
the cops would not be trying so hard. That what is, to me, what sucks.
Well, it also wouldn't be on NBC News, right?
Well, right, exactly.
That's the problem. Yeah.
I mean, it's very dramatic. Obviously, you have the guy on video. I mean, if this was something where they didn't have picture of the guy stepping to him with a silencer and popping him, Yeah, so there's drama to it. But, and they are digging out more information about the CEO, the now deceased CEO. One of the articles said, police are searching for people who may have had a grudge against United Healthcare. Oh, boy. Oh, you're really narrowing it down, aren't you?
There are 843,000 possible suspects.
Yeah. Yeah, we're checking a lot of water bottles for fingerprints at this point. No, but it looks like a young guy, and, so it's only a matter of time before they find out who he is. The CEO, Brian Thompson, they said that in reality, he had been secretly separated from his wife. You might have seen photos of, he's living in Minneapolis with his wife and his 2 sons. And he had a criminal record for drunk driving. And so he had been secretly separated from his wife for years. And they had obviously their share of marital problems, and the house maybe had been on the market, that kind of stuff. Obviously, none of that has anything to do with this guy getting killed in the street. But it is, obviously, some people are taking umbrage with the fact that there's almost unanimous glee among people for something like this, which does feel gross, but you also understand, as far as your reptile brain goes, where people are coming from. That this guy was a CEO of somebody pointed out that United Healthcare, and they're not alone. Insurance companies they're the ones salivating over AI because they can use these AI models, which they said United Healthcare did. United Healthcare deployed an AI model with a 90% error rate. So only 10% success rate, which they knew about, but we're still using it to deny coverage to people. And so people are like, that's why people aren't upset about this guy. He was overseeing a company that was essentially killing people, which is, it's a little hyperbolic, but you understand where they're coming from. I was also reading a thing that other insurance companies are taking their CEOs off of their websites. They're like, yeah, you go to an insurance company, they're going to have like staff or management photos or whatever. Major insurance companies are taking down the pictures of their upper management in the wake of this. The United Healthcare website has an About Us page that had his photo and a lot of upper management. They're taking that down. And a lot of other insurance companies are doing the same thing. Certainly can't blame them for doing that. Although, if you know where to go and know where to dig and you have the moxie to do it, you can still find how much these people get paid. You can find executive compensation online. These are all things that are filed with the SEC. It's all public information. I mean, provided that they're publicly traded companies, obviously. Not if it's a private company, that stuff's not online. Like, you're not going to find how much, like we have Blue Cross Blue Shield here. That's a private company. You're not going to find how much those people get paid. But like CVS, Aetna, that's a publicly traded company. You will see how much those people get paid. For people who think that, this guy was making $10 million a year. And so everybody's searching for something bipartisan these days. And vitriol against insurance companies, boy, that's something that, this might not be the way you wanted it, but that's something that's sure to unite a lot of people with differing opinions on other subjects. So, yeah, every day they get more information. It's only a matter of time before they're going to know who this dude is.
I can't believe they don't already.
I can't either.
Like that facial recognition software. I mean, they got him.
Somebody must have, you'd think somebody would have hit. And I'm sure, you know what? They probably do. Just because it's not in the news doesn't mean that they don't know.
They're just looking for him.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure that they want to have like a big, why put the information out there if you know?
Boy, that kind of looks like Timmy, doesn't it? I think that's Timmy.
Honey, get over here.
Is that Timmy?
He said he wasn't coming home for Thanksgiving. We're out here in Far Rockaway waiting for him to show up and carve the turkey.
Just couldn't help himself with that damn Starbucks girl, our Timmy.
But this is a note. It's funny during campaign season when progressive candidates are talking about maybe we should pivot to single-payer health care. Medicare for all. Maybe that's something we should look at. And everybody, you socialist. Well, want to stick with private insurance? Let's stick with this? It's going great. So, everybody's got their horror stories. And now this family does too. So, yeah, law enforcement's like, this guy did plan a lot of stuff out. One guy was like, I'm really surprised how well planned it was. But he was also really sloppy up until that. So it's like he just was kind of like he read a book, but only half read on how to do it. I don't know why you'd wear a mask and then leave a water bottle behind that you were touching with your hands. Maybe he was, I don't know. He was flirting with that girl, took his mask down. I want to see her smile.
Sup.
What are you doing later?
I'm going to go kill somebody.
I'm going to go kill a CEO and then
right back.
Other than that.
Nothing going on for lunchtime. What is it, 6:45? I could be back here by 7:15.
Yeah, this was early, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Fake ID and a Greyhound bus. Sounds like a country song. Okay, I've got to take a break. Want to go see Shane Gillis. Comedian Shane Gillis is going to do the Romo Fijo in April. And I have one more pair of tickets for you. Friday, April the 11th. If you want to go see him, we'll hook you up coming back. 35192. That's to text me for anything else. And you can watch live if you want. Find the Alan Cox Show YouTube channel.
The list of failed quarterbacks in Cleveland is long and growing. Well, this Sunday at the Cox Out pregame party from noon to 2 at Wild Eagle Steak and Saloon in Broadview Heights. You can add your name to that list when you try and toss your way.
Here's the throw.
To represent the Buzzard in Vegas at the Bud Light Football Face-Off Tournament. It's the finals, so get all the info at WMMS.com.
This holiday season, recharge with the Planet Fitness Black Card for just $1 down and $24.99 a month. So instead of fighting a stranger in the mall over a stuffed T-Rex, bring a friend for free and work out on the TRX. Instead of freezing in line for a lame holiday deal, relax in the Black Card spa with some hydro massage feels. Instead of being trapped at your in-laws, escape to any of our 2,600 Planet Fitness locations. Sign up today for the Planet Fitness Black Card. Just $1 down and $24.99 a month. Deal ends Friday, December 6th. See Club for details.
Want a satisfying meal for just $6? Try the new $6 meal deal from Dunkin'. It's a medium hot or iced coffee and a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich and a side of hash browns for $6. America runs on Dunkin'.
Military retirees and active duty family members, did you know you have access to excellent TRICARE Prime coverage through the Martins Point U.S. Family Health Plan? TRICARE Prime is now available in your area of Ohio. Get low-cost, quality care from local civilian doctors you can trust. Switch to the Martins Point U.S. Family Health Plan and get the coverage and service you've earned. TRICARE open season ends on December 10th, so don't delay. Learn more at martinspoint.org/Ohio today.
So you're at a birthday party with your kid. Then out of nowhere, you see your little one take a bite of a food they're allergic to. It's nerve-wracking. Did you know Xolair omalizumab 150 milligrams is an FDA-approved injection proven to significantly reduce allergic reactions when your child accidentally eats something they're allergic to?
When taken once or twice a month, Xolair focuses on the source of food allergy reactions. For adults and children as young as 1, Xolair is effective in reducing allergic reactions to a single or multiple foods. While taking Xolair, you should continue to avoid all foods to which you are allergic. Xolair should not be used for the emergency treatment of any allergic reactions, including anaphylaxis. By prescription only. Don't use if you are allergic to Xolair. Xolair may cause a severe, life-threatening allergic reaction called anaphylaxis. Tell your doctor if you ever had anaphylaxis. Get help right away if you have trouble breathing or if you have swelling of your throat or tongue. Xolair should not be used for the emergency treatment of allergic reactions, including anaphylaxis. Xolair is for maintenance use to reduce allergic reactions, including anaphylaxis, while avoiding food allergens. Serious side effects such as cancer, fever, muscle aches and rash, parasitic infection, or heart and circulation problems have been reported. Please see Xolair.com for full prescribing information. Ask an allergist about Xolair or call 1-866-4-XOLAIR. This is an advertisement for Xolair, paid for by Genentech and Novartis.
Pizza just goes better with Pepsi Zero Sugar.
Pizza. Thank you.
But don't take our word for it. In fact, don't take any words for it.
this week. 2 for Shane Gillis. He's having his moment, man. Go see him. Caller 10-216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
One of life's most pressing questions.
What do I like about Alan Cox?
Finally answered.
All right, I don't like much about you.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Yeah. This is a good blast from the past. Band called Tank 86. We've played them before on 2 Hours to Midnight. We do a Saturday night metal show here on the Buzzard, which means it's tomorrow night, this week and next week, and then we have a couple of weeks off for the holiday. But if metal gives you a zap in your pants, then tomorrow night, I hope you can join us. 2 Hours to Midnight starts at 10 p.m. It's me with Corey Roddick and Pat Butler, and the three of us throw down and play brand new stuff. A lot of local metal tomorrow night. We got music from Ventana and Accuse the Villain and Ancient Limbs. Those are all local bands. Play some brand new Killswitch Engage, Got Knocked Loose. We'll throw back some Motorhead. Tetrarch, love them, and a lot more. So 2 Hours to Midnight, 2 hours of metal tomorrow night at 10 here on MMS. Cavaliers make short work of the Denver Nuggets last night, and that's no small task. Nuggets are good. Cavs go to 20-3, 126-114 the final there. Tomorrow afternoon, they'll be in Charlotte to play the Hornets, and then they'll head down to Miami to play the Heat on Sunday evening before they come back home and take another crack at the Washington Wizards, who they just positively bent over the other night. You know, J.J. Redick is the current coach of LeBron's Los Angeles Lakers, and he said that he is embarrassed by their 41-point loss to the Miami Heat. 134-93. Heat over the Lakers.
Ass whooping.
It sure is.
Boy.
Yeah. He's like, well, I've got to take some responsibility for this, but we're not. I'm not blaming the players, but
they couldn't score a basket.
We're not together right now, and I need to figure this out. So yeah, whatever. For people who are still following the travails of one LeBronicus James there with the L.A. Lakers, they got bent over by his old team, the Miami Heat. Also on Sunday, day after tomorrow, it's going to be the last Cox Out pregame. Browns are in Pittsburgh, hoping to repeat what they did when the Steelers were here. Steelers obviously don't want to get upset on home turf. Browns want to do just that. I will be at the Wild Eagle in Broadview Heights. You see it right there from the highway, boy. Love the Wild Eagle. We're there for the last Cox Out pregame. I'm going to be there from noon to 2. It is also the finals. If you've joined us for any of the Cox Outs, we're doing this Bud Light football face-off thing. You got a good arm. Those points can get you to Vegas. One person from Northeast Ohio is going to go to Vegas to compete with all the other winners around the country, and that grand prize is going to the Super Bowl in New Orleans. So if you haven't come out and hung yet, you can get qualified last minute. But whoever is that top point earner for that Bud Light Football Face-Off Challenge on Sunday is going to Vegas. So noon to 2, come out. We'll have some pops there at the Wild Eagle on Sunday afternoon with WMMS and Bud Light. And it's a lot of... Are you coming out or are you...
I am, yeah.
Oh, okay, good. Rob will be there too. See, in his official capacity as the program director of the radio station, Rob was regularly coming to these appearances. But now, he still obviously is in that position, but is also the co-host of this program. The nice thing is, there's a lot of listeners, fans of the show, that now want to pick your brain.
That's right.
Right? Rather than go, hey, what's a... When we were at the local bar on Monday night.
Yeah, it was
people want to talk to you. Yeah, it's nice.
It was a lot of fun.
I mean, some of those people you've met before, of course, but...
Yeah, and this is obviously different with the finale, too, right? So I could not miss this one if I tried to. Amy's away.
And he tried.
I did try.
He tried really hard to miss it.
I could stay home and chill.
He's like, I got a bunion. I don't know that I can make it.
Or I could go hang out at a bar. This is my wife is listening. So.
Yeah.
And then I was like, I guess I'll go. They need help. Melissa, you know how it is. I feel so bad for them. They're shorthanded.
Alan's by himself.
Alan's standing over there like, I have to go.
Yes.
Honey,
Honey, I'm on the show now.
It's part of the job.
I can't just leave Alan to stand there in a throng of fans by himself.
In a bar, nonetheless,
In a bar,
Melissa.
honey.
Don't you realize
On
how
a
hard this is?
Sunday afternoon.
Watching football. God. This job sucks.
Of course I want to sit here with you, but I've got stuff to do.
I mean, this Hallmark movie isn't going to watch itself. I understand.
Honey, do me a favor. Pause it. And when I come home, half in the bag, I promise you, we'll watch the rest of The Christmas Scarf.
Is that the chick from Full House again?
Is that the one from...
She's hot, dude. She's like 50 years old, smoking.
I hope you're joking, though, that your wife watches the Hallmark Christmas movies.
Mm-mm.
Oh, really? She likes those?
Yeah. Well, you know what it is? My daughters do, too, right? So
yeah, but they're teenage girls.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fair.
Well, no, I'm just saying. Like,
I got sucked into
I know they are very popular. I just wasn't sure. Not everybody's into them. I don't have to worry about that in my house.
Yeah, no, we don't. I mean, it's definitely not like the year-round thing. You know, you hear people watching, as soon as it comes on in July, we start watching. It's not like that. But around Christmas, my kids and my wife will watch just about anything Christmas-related.
Wow.
And I...
Makes them feel all warm and fuzzy.
Go upstairs around 9 o'clock. They watch that, and I go to bed.
All right. Yeah, somebody asked me in the break, they were like, hey, if they're going to remove all of the CEO information on these insurance companies, how will I be able to know what Bob Blue Cross and Ed Aetna look like? I don't know. Here, Dave iHeartMedia is our beloved chief executive officer, but I don't think he's got to worry about anything like this. Nobody's walking around killing radio company CEOs, much as they might want to. The bullet just says Red Hot Chili Peppers on it, and they get the message.
RHCP.
Yeah. No, nothing like that. I don't know.
Can you tell me, does the bumblebee have boobs? Alan, can you tell me, does the bumblebee have boobs? Oh, bumblebee, bumblebee, bumblebee boobs. Bumblebee, bumblebee, bumblebee boobs. Where are the bumblebee's boobs? Where are the bumblebee's boobs? Bumblebee, bumblebee, bumblebee boobs. Bumblebee, bumblebee, bumblebee boobs. Boobs.
Right.
So good.
It's good, and it asks what I think is an age-old question. So it's not only entertaining, it's also inquisitive, right? What is life without curiosity? You have to be a curious person. We are awash in incurious people who are nonetheless convinced they got it all figured out. And those are incompatible. Here's a guy, doesn't think he has all the answers. In fact, he only has questions. The fact that he's set them to a melody, even better. Spoonful of sugar, going to make that medicine go down. Now, Rob and I are far too busy in our respective positions to be Googling bumblebee boobs. But I have to think that there's someone out there who maybe has an apiary or is in the honey business who might be able to tell us. As of yet, not one single response.
I'm going to guess they don't have them.
Well, that would be way less fun.
Do you think, that would, or do they have them like dogs?
I don't know what animals have breasts and who don't. Bumblebee
teats.
I don't know.
How else would you nurse the baby bumblebees?
The baby bumblebees, yes. I don't know. The runt of the litter. I know, we've touched on this briefly, but I know, and I don't want to rip a scab off a wound, but I know how much you love Haley Welch.
Oh, Christ.
Known to you and me, and Baby Makes Three, as the Hawk Tuah girl. Mm-hmm. And the bloom might finally be off the rose with this one. You know, sooner or later, when you're trying to maximize your 15 minutes, you're going to have a lot of hangers on. And you're going to have people who don't necessarily have your best interests at heart, but you're out there trying to stack cheddar while you can. And, of course, she got pulled into one of these meme coin schemes. And it feels like everybody's got their own coin, crypto coin, because they do, and especially celebrities. It's called a rug pull. It's a pump and dump scheme, right? I know it's redundant. You know, crypto bros, by the way, if you ever get a guy back you against the wall and start extolling the virtues of crypto to you, your eyes will glaze over and you'll want to scoop your eyes out of your head with a melon baller. But the bros love it because they're like, oh, it's decentralized and it's unregulated and the government can't interfere. But you'll notice when they lose all their money, then they want to sue, which is when you ask the government to interfere. So you can't have it both ways. There's people on, oh, this Hawk Tuah girl should be put in jail. Well, that's government interference too, boys. So if you want to play, you got to sit down when it goes south. People are complaining that they bought her coin and it lost most of its value in an hour.
No.
With a lot of people losing a lot of their money. Now, I think anybody who's putting that much money into one coin because they figure it's going to skyrocket, and it does, but this is an entire industry, by the way, this rug pull with influencers. Because what happens is, it's not like the Hawk Tuah girl is creating her own coin, but developers of the coins will find prominent people or they'll find influencers and they'll give them a certain amount of money, right? They'll give them actual money, not fake money. They'll give them actual money, and then they'll go, we're going to manage your crypto wallet, right? We just need you for the marketing. So it's not like she created a meme coin. They just need her for the marketing. And then whoever developed it, they wait a minute, and then they cash out. The trouble is, the influencer, because they're the face of it, they're the one that gets all the heat. And so usually the lesser known that the influencer is, the faster the pull. Somebody that's better known, you can let that thing ride for a minute before you can pump it a lot longer than you dump it. So she's getting all these messages from people that I invested all my money and I lost it, But that's what the crypto space requires, is suckers and dummies. And so the whole controversy with Haley Welch is that she's trying to kind of do some PR now.
My Hawk meme coin is live!
The Hawk meme coin is what it was.
We did say stay away from this token in yesterday's video, and I did actually think that this was pretty funny. Keyboard Monkey says straight to a prison. So overall, that is the news with the Hawk Tuah token.
People are like, send her to prison. Guys, you don't want government interference. By definition, you're asking for some government interference. It made $2 million in 10 minutes. And then, of course, it plunged to, practically nothing. This is why regulation is so important. Now, since the incoming administration has its own grift coin, that ain't going to happen. But poor Haley Welch, everybody's screaming at this woman now. And she just wanted to have a little fun. So she and her team, obviously, they are out there like, we had nothing to do with it. Blah, 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 blah.
Hey, everybody, my meme coin is live!
Ugh. So her meme coin, Hawk, highly hyped, right? Very, very hyped. A market cap of $400 million within minutes. And then 90% of its value had been erased within hours.
We're going to blame the snipers. Them bots that are programmed to buy them tokens. I didn't do nothing. I was too busy spitting on things.
So the critics are complaining that she stole the money. But I don't know that that's what it is. It's more likely because usually when these coin developers will hit up influencers, they'll pay them flat out. It's like a licensing fee for your name and likeness, to simplify it. And so she is out there. She's like, my team hasn't sold one single token.
That's not what she said, Alan. She said, my
team hasn't sold one token.
It's got a Marge Simpson vibe there that I hadn't picked up on before.
Not one token.
Well, she likes to scream all the time.
Hawkonomics. I like the graphic she had put out there. Hawkonomics.
God.
Listen.
It's going to go away. It's going to
everybody-
go away. I keep telling myself it's going to go away. I cannot wait for it to go away.
I think 90% of her value might be getting ready to go away. But again, she's just doing a lot of spin on this. She's getting a lot of bad PR for this.
Just watching the whole Hawk Tua thing like an episode of 24. You know what I mean? Now we're in like that 14th minute. Doot, doot, doot.
Yeah, I don't mind.
It's almost done.
Again, we've thrown this around before. I don't mind her. I'm kind of there's so many people who are desperate to become famous that wasn't her. She fell ass backwards into it and in kind of a funny way. And she's just doing what anybody else her age would do, which is try to maximize. You take the money and run. You know,
For sure.
You try to maximize what you possibly can. It's just a lot of stumbling blocks along the way. So I don't know. Right now, I'm sure this will go away too. But she's not going to get thrown in jail, guys, because that would be, say it with me, regulation. And so I don't know. We'll see what happens there. I, for one, am pulling for her.
Yeah, I don't want to see her in
Literally,
jail.
last night I pulled it for her. What?
Hey-oh! Hey-oh!
Oh,
I don't want to see anything bad happen to her. I just
No,
want her to
of
go
course
away.
not.
Just go away.
You
Take
want
the
her to
money and
go away. Yeah.
Take the money. Take the Talk to a dumb ass podcast and go away.
Well, here's the problem, is the longer, you kind of are doing a dance with the devil, because the longer you are around, right, your popularity is inversely proportional to how long you've been around. And so if you kind of outstay your welcome, then you're going to have more people with knives out. It's just that you can't really hook anything to her right now. I'm sure people were trying to dig stuff up on her as soon as she went like supernova viral. And I don't know that they have anything. I don't know that they have like,
she seems squeaky
shoplifting.
clean.
That's what I mean. Like,
You know?
and that's good because you don't have to worry about people coming for you. She's like living out in the sticks with her grandma or dad or whatever. But you're also going to have people putting opportunities in your face that are going to make you look bad.
Yeah, I mean, when your dad wants to sell hats about how your BJ techniques, I would assume life is different now for her.
Yeah.
My daddy wants me to sell hats about what I do in the bedroom.
But I saw this one woman post, very, very angry. This woman had posted that she had lost her life savings. I'm like, why would you put your life savings into crypto? Why would you do that? Your life savings? So either that's completely made up, or I just don't know. That's a person who deserves to lose their life savings.
Well, you also don't know what the life savings is.
I think she said like $35,000.
Oh, Jesus. Well, that's...
So I'm like, if you take a couple grand, I mean, take $5, I don't know.
Yeah, I wouldn't put $1 into any of these things. Like meme coins.
Well, again, the whole thing is based on things are worth what people think they're worth. But if it's gone in if your real money is gone in an hour because you entrusted it to known economist Haley Welch.
You're not putting up fake money. It's not Monopoly dough, man. This is real. When you lose it, it's gone.
Yeah.
Listen, the whole crypto thing in general for me, I don't totally get. I try to understand it. I nod when people talk about it. I have no idea what it means. I would rather just put all the money I have into, which isn't much, but put everything I have into something that I can see, something tangible.
Comic books.
Mm-hmm. But then you don't send them out to get graded, right? Did you ever hear anything about it?
No.
Still?
No.
You can't do anything about that.
I don't know what I can do. I've contacted attorneys.
Oh, my God.
People who are licensed to practice in both the states of Ohio and Florida. The company themselves are giving me no information because they don't have to. Why would they?
Do you think they got them? Or do you think
I have a receipt that they got them. They were scanned into their warehouse.
Oh.
And then the hurricane, this is 2 years ago now. The hurricane hit Tampa full on. And then they were like, you got to give us some time to locate because I understand, of course. 3 months go by. Hey, guys. And they wrote me back, but we never got it. Yes, you did. Here's the email that shows receipt of the item.
And nobody will touch this for you?
Nothing.
That doesn't make any sense.
I thought it was going to be a slam dunk. I'll get a small claims guy. He'll go, hey, find this guy's thing or give him $10,000. Because they were like, well, can you tell us the value? I go, that's why I sent them to you. I could give you a number. Yes. I don't want to relitigate this. Pardon the pun. But yeah, no, I have gotten no satisfaction from that company. And they're kind of like the gold standard for grading comic books. So that's what sucks. It's not like I can go down the street and go to Jim's Comic Grading Company. It's this company in Tampa. And so I'm going to pick it back up with them, I think. Over the break. We're going to be gone for 3 weeks. I'm going to need stuff to keep myself busy. Yeah. So I'll probably hit him up again. But as of yet, nothing. It sure does. Because I sent them a shipment of what I considered to be, I still have some. I didn't send them all of my high value targets, but I sent them a good chunk. I sent them a baker's dozen of what were probably my most high value titles.
Oh.
And they can't find them. Allegedly. Religiously.
They're there. They got to be.
I think so.
You should show up. That's what you should do over the 3 weeks. Just go in, kick the door open.
Hey, guys.
Remember me?
I'm here on behalf of Haley Welch. All right, let me take a break. 35192, you want to text me for anything. I will have incarceration passes for you. It's next July at the Ohio State Reformatory. If you've been, you know. 18th, 19th, and 20th of July. A lot of killer bands going to be there, and I will hook you up after the
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show.
On iHeartRadio.
Ready to win your trip to iHeartRadio Alter Ego 2025, presented by Capital One?
Featuring Incubus.
Cage the Elephants.
There ain't no rest for the wicked. The Lumineers.
St. Vincent.
Glass Animals. The Head and the Heart.
Fontaine's DC. Monoskins, Damiano David.
And The Offspring.
The biggest single night of live alt rock on the planet.
For your chance to win an alter ego trip, just listen to this station on the free iHeartRadio app.
Thanks to Capital One for being the proud presenting partner of Alter Ego.
Capital One is the proud presenting partner of iHeartRadio Alter Ego 2025, bringing great products, rewards, and services to its customers. What's in your wallet?
From the Mr. Hero Waffle Doodle Weather Center.
WMMS weather.
Mostly cloudy tonight, down to 21. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high of 35. Mostly sunny Sunday with a high of 47.
This report is sponsored by Romeo's Pizza. The new Romeo's Pizza online-only deal saves you $7 off any order of 30 or more. And this holiday season, partial proceeds of your Romeo's Pizza purchase benefit St. Jude Children's Research Hospital, too. 2 great reasons to make it a Romeo's Pizza night.
GreatAir.com.
Hey there, it's Alan for Northeast Factory Direct. You know what? If you're looking for a piece All right, you want to go to Incarceration Tattoo and Music Festival. It is next summer. It's the 18th, 19th, and 20th of July out at the Ohio State Reformatory. Love Incarceration. It kills every summer. They've announced a handful of bands. Knocked Loose is going to do it in 3 Days Grace and Crossfade. They're going to roll out the entire lineup later in the winter. But it never matters who's going to be on because there's going to be killers across the board. Lineup's always great. Incarceration.com for the details. I have 3-day GA passes for you. The whole run of it, right? I got 2 more of these. Grab them by being caller number 10. Good luck. 2 for Incarceration. I'll see you there. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Should you dance or should you not dance?
You can dance like no one's watching. He'll talk like no one's listening.
It's better that you don't.
Alan Cox.
On 100.7 WMMS.
A little Van Halen here, a song called House of Pain. It is a song that ends the 1984 album, so it would be the last time we would hear David Lee Roth and Van Halen for a long, long time. As a die-hard, lifelong Van Halen fan, this to me is their most underrated song, House of Pain. You never hear it pop up, but it's 3 minutes and 19 seconds of genius. It's Eddie and Alex in perfect harmony. It kind of feels like a last-minute thought to complete an album. It's about bondage. Roth writing the lyrics. And he's only singing in the first minute. The full last 2.5 minutes of the song is instrumental. It is their very most underrated song, I think, House of Pain, from Van Halen on 1984. I was listening to Alex Van Halen. I have been stymied in my efforts to get Alex Van Halen on this show. He has a memoir out, and it's largely a love letter to his brother Eddie. And he's not a chatty guy to begin with, but he was doing a little bit of press for the memoir. He wants people to read it, obviously. It's not like he needs the money from it. But as of yet, I have not been able to secure Alex Van Halen. So I was interested to hear him talk about it. And he did Anderson Cooper's podcast. Did you hear any of this with Alex Van Halen?
Only the part that I think you're going to talk about, so I'm not going to say what it is that I heard.
Yeah. And again, Alex Van Halen was never the chatty guy in the band. He's almost a dude that you can't believe was like a rock star his entire life. But I mean, as a drummer myself, I was weaned. It's not like you pick up sticks and are playing like Alex Van Halen, but listening to him play, especially since he and Eddie, like as kids, started on each other's instruments. Eddie started as the drummer. Alex started as the guitar player. And they were like, something feels off with this. And they swapped instruments, and of course the rest is history. But yeah, him talking to Anderson Cooper, and I was watching some of it too, and I'm almost positive they weren't in the same room. They must have been in 2 different locations. And I, honestly, part of the reason that I wanted to get Alex Van Halen on the show, not just a fanboy on him, but also I wasn't sure I had ever heard him talk. Literally. Like when they would do interviews, it was Eddie and David Lee Roth kind of sucking all the air out of the room. It was a long time back in the day until you even heard Michael Anthony talk.
When I'm alone and I put on a piece of music and I hear him play, I break down. That's it, uncontrollably. But knowing what I know about the human body, you just let it happen. Otherwise, it'll happen in the line at the grocery store.
You were able to be with your brother at the end. He had a stroke, and is that
yes
at the end?
He had a massive stroke. We were in the room with him when he actually took his last breath. We just sat there. Everybody was in their own headspace. All I know is that when he stopped breathing, I didn't hear anything. I didn't see anything. There were no bells. There were no angels. It stopped. And then the room was empty. And then they pulled the plug because he was on a ventilator. And because of COVID and the restrictions and the rules, they immediately carted the body off, and that was it. Then we didn't see him anymore. A very uneventful ending to an eventful life.
I think they're airing it on CNN, too. I was listening to it, but I think the video portion of it is being aired on CNN. I don't know if it's on Anderson Cooper's show, but that's where he is. And so Eddie Van Halen, this past October 6th was the 4th anniversary of his death. I couldn't believe it was already 4 years.
Just listening to that, man, that just guts you. He's talking about his brother, A, but to all of us, Eddie Van Halen.
Yeah.
Right? Like, to hear that that's how it went and that's how it ended for Eddie. Like, I mean, that's just so freaking
And you feel like that's how I was immediately kind of, that hit me hard because I was thinking of my dad. Because when I was gone, when my dad was dying in the summer of 2022, first of all, it all happened very fast. My dad had been ill for a while, but for most of that time, you'd never know. And so something happened, and the dominoes all started to fall at once. So he was dead in a week, my dad. We got a week with him. But the way he describes that, the very end, I didn't realize how much work the respirator was doing on my dad. Because he was awake. He was lucid the whole time. It wasn't like he was lying there and didn't know that we were there. We were able to talk to him. We were able to say what we wanted to say to him. He was able to say, he was on some morphine, but he was lucid. It wasn't like he was lying there with his eyes closed and a mask over his face. He had like the little things in his nose, but I had no idea how much work the respirator was doing because it didn't seem like he had labored breathing. But at the end of that first week where my siblings and I had to sit my mom down and say, we've got to let Dad go. Like, they will keep doing things to keep him physically alive. That's their job. They'll do this indefinitely. But he's not getting better. He's not going to come back from this. You need to tell them it's okay. So when we get to that point, and I'm sure a lot of people have gone through something similar to this, when we got to that point, I thought that like when they took him off the respirator, that it would be like, I don't know, an hour, 90 minutes, 20 minutes. In 20 minutes of my dad just kind of breathing on his own, he was gone. And there's that second, and I think it's probably what Alex Van Halen describes here, there's that second where you don't know if they're not breathing or not because the pauses in between breaths get longer and longer. And so and we were all around him, and he was lying there. And by this time, of course, he has his eyes closed. This is like the very end. And we were sure that he was done. But then there's this deep inhale. And we were like, oh, and then the final exhale or whatever. And it is when the stillness that's in that room, when it's unbelievable. I was just so struck by how fast. After they got him off that respirator, I was like, I didn't think it was going to be that fast. And I took a photo of my dad after he died. And my mom, I think, was upset by that. And I fully understand. I was the last one to leave the room. My mom didn't leave the hospital in 2 weeks. My mom raised holy hell. She was supposed to go home every night, like for visiting hours or whatever. My mom didn't leave the hospital for 2 weeks. My mom wasn't outside for 2 weeks because she sat in my dad's. She'd shower in the bathroom, all that kind of stuff. I'd bring her food every morning. But the very end, and I told my mom, I said, you're going to want this photo. And in that moment, she couldn't even fathom. But I remember a couple of months later, she's like, do you have that picture of your dad? I said, yes, I do. And obviously, it's not, they look completely different, But yeah, listening to him talk about this, it's like you're glad you're there and you're glad that I think of people whose parents died over COVID or whatever. Mary Santora, her dad died over COVID. You weren't there to tell them things. You're talking to them on an iPad or whatever. So we were extraordinarily fortunate to not be in that situation. But man, when I was watching Alex talk about Eddie, I was like, oh God. I'm like, boy, do I feel that. especially for two guys. I mean, yeah, they're brothers, but like two guys who created legendary music. Like they're among the greatest composers of all time. And I'm always still surprised that Alex Van Halen, he did for a while in the 70s and 80s, I guess, because they were more prolific then. But people still mention John Bonham. People still talk about Keith Moon. Alex Van Halen, for some reason, and maybe it's because he was so personally in the background, as opposed to, in addition to being musically in the background and, hiding behind those drums. He was obviously not a guy who wanted to be in front of anything. They had to drag him into photo shoots. He had the dark glasses on all the time, so he's clearly a guy who wanted to play the drums. But it's weird how few times you hear his name when people go, who are the greatest rock drummers of all time? Because it's always Bonham, Keith Moon. I mean, obviously great drummers. I'm always surprised when I don't hear Alex Van Halen. Because, listen, if you practice, you can nail the Bonham licks. You can nail them. Try playing Hot for Teacher. There are like really, really good drummers who still can't figure out what he did there. And there's probably some overdubs and stuff. I think that people have come to the conclusion there might have been a little studio magic with Hot for Teacher. But nevertheless, it's not like the guy couldn't. This is a song he would have to recreate live every night. If you ever saw Van Halen, he was, playing that song. So it always kind of bums me out, as big of a fan of that band as I am, it always kind of bums me out that you don't hear people put Alex Van Halen on the list of these greatest rock drummers of all time. Because when they have those, they go, Bonham, Neil Peart. And they go, well, first of all, it's apples and oranges. But yeah, Alex Van Halen is fantastic. Guy's 71 years old. And he's been talking about there's unreleased Van Halen music. And he's been talking about, I might have someone in mind to perform this unreleased Van Halen music. And he would very much like it to be Robert Plant. And so imagine that. Imagine unreleased Van Halen music with Robert Plant singing the songs.
My God.
So, do you know what I mean? Like, it's worlds colliding. So, yeah, Alex is like, we have a lot of unreleased music in the Van Halen vaults. He's like, it's not finished. They're all kind of pieces. Just because you have bits and pieces doesn't mean you have a song. But he's like, we have things that could be put together.
Well, they released that thing, what was it, 2 months ago or so? That piece that was actually put together, it's just him and Eddie. That was on YouTube.
Yes.
I think I can't remember where I saw it, but it was, it was just beautiful to hear them together, something you'd never heard before.
Well, and what I thought really sucked too was, and again, I will always be a David Lee Roth guy in the pantheon of Van Halen. I love Sammy. I've met Sammy on a number of occasions. I've never met David Lee Roth, but I'm a Roth guy. It's just how I came up with Van Halen. But it was a couple of summers ago where Alex was like, we'd like to do a tour to pay tribute. Joe Satriani, who was like, look, even Satriani's like, look, I can play the parts. It's not going to, just because you can play the notes doesn't mean you're going to sound like Eddie Van Halen. And David Lee Roth was like, no, I don't want to do some big tribute to Eddie. It's like, all right, dude, cool, whatever. I mean, whatever.
Well, Satriani was on that tour with what ended up being the Circle, right?
Yes.
When they did the best of both, whatever they called it.
Best of all worlds
all
or something.
Worlds, yeah. It was great.
Yeah.
I saw that show. Satriani played well.
Yeah.
The guy's obviously one of the greatest, right?
Yeah.
So to be able to play those Eddie parts, that was as close as you can come to seeing Van Halen now. Because Michael Anthony's there. So you get some of the harmonizing with Sammy and him. And
Yeah.
So it was great. I think they only did one, David Lee Roth song, but I always thought he did a good job covering those songs too.
Well, Alex was talking to, I forget who he was doing an interview with, but he said that he had actually approached that company OpenAI that does ChatGPT. And he's like, I'd like to see if you guys if AI could analyze the patterns of how Eddie would have played something. His thought being, if we could do that to make it sound like that, there could be guitar solos generated for these parts. So while that might be like heresy to some people, this is his brother, so he can do whatever he wants. And I'm sure he misses his brother, obviously, from that sit down with Anderson Cooper.
Yeah, and I mean, he goes deep into it, too, about how he still tries to communicate with him.
He does, yes.
I'll tell you what, man, it's very, very rare that I can't find something to say. Listening to you just now, there's really, what am I going to say?
It's pretty intense, yeah, when he's talking about the whole, he's like, it might seem weird, but I talk to my brother in that way, and it's like I obviously think about him all the time. Yeah.
Well, hearing your story, right, and then hearing what Alex went through, kind of makes you wonder. My dad died suddenly, right?
Mm-hmm.
There was no goodbyes. There was no any of that stuff. And I wonder, when you see those things, what's better or what's worse? The end result is the same, but to watch someone be sick and to watch someone suffer over time isn't any better than, because you were able to say goodbye, isn't any better than the experience that I had where he died suddenly.
Right.
Right. So I think it's just what you know, and hearing like, well, we watched Eddie suffer. He had a stroke and then it was just gone. And you hear that kind of thing. I mean, I was in the room when my grandparents passed away, right? But it's different because they were old. You know what I mean? You expected it.
Yeah. I was in the room when my grandfather died. My mom was 28 years old when my grandfather died.
And it's the same type of thing. Like you said, it's just that they're there and then they're not.
I felt worst for my sister because my brothers and I got way more time with him in our lives. My sister's 35, you know? So she got way less time with him, just the way it worked out. But he was really, really super tight with my nephew, with my sister's son, you know, so they hung out a lot. And so I don't know. I think people's brains go, even if they were in pain or whatever, I would still want to be with them at the end rather than, like you said, somebody dies quickly.
Yeah. Again, man, I don't think there's any good way, right? And again, I do wonder if it goes back to what you know. Like, I would have never wanted to watch my father suffer.
Right.
You know? And hearing, like, when you talked about how long your dad was sick and stuff like that. And again, I mean, the fact that you could talk to him at the end is one thing, you know, but you still had to sit there for all those years and watch what your dad was diminish over time. That sucks.
Yeah, it does.
You know, so that's a whole different level of pain that I don't understand.
Right.
You know, so I don't know what is better, if anything is. Again, the end result is the same.
On that note, I've got to take a break. I'll have those Disturbed tickets for you. I have one pair left, 2 more tickets. I mean, I'll have more next week, but last pair today, closer to 520. MMS presenting Disturbed at the Romo Fijo in March. They're celebrating the 25th anniversary of The Sickness, so they're touring for that. We are doing a meet and greet, too, with Disturbed. So get in on that. You can register at WMMS.com.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go.
Well, she broke my heart in Walgreens and I cried all the way to Sears. I tell you, I hadn't hurt this much in darn near 20 years. It felt just like a mule that kicked me right between my ears. When she broke my heart in Walgreens and I cried all the way to Sears. There was a time when I believed that she belonged to me. She told me that I was the only one she'd ever need. That was before this trucker came and took her for a ride. Now there's nothing I can do to keep her satisfied. I didn't know what was going on, but I knew there was something wrong. Suddenly she'd get headaches every time we were alone. When she finally told me we were downtown at the mall, and it hit me like a ton of bricks, and I thought for sure I'd fall.
The great Mac Allen Smith down there in Mississippi. I think he's passed on, but she broke my heart in Walgreens, and I cried all the way to see her. Somebody should update that with Walgreens is still around. I don't think. Is Sears still around? I mean,
I don't think so. I think they finally closed the last one, didn't they? Because the ones that were still open were like the independently owned ones. They were like franchises. Where I used to live, there was one, but I think most of them are closed now.
I think you're
Those
right.
are like the anchor stores in every mall.
Yeah.
There's a Sears website.
As of November, as of last month, there are 9 Sears stores remaining, with 8 in the mainland U.S. and 1 in Puerto Rico. So there you go.
Let's go find one. I want to go to
Find
Sears.
a Sears. What happened to Roebuck? If you're old enough to remember that.
Road trip. Puerto Rico.
Yeah.
We love Puerto Rico.
Well, I got a Sears. Sears loves Puerto Rico as well. Your Cavaliers win big over the Nuggets last night, 126-114. And Denver's no slouch out there. So your Cavs go to 20-3. They're on the road this weekend before they come home next Friday. So they got a few nights off. But tomorrow afternoon, they'll play the Charlotte Hornets. And then Sunday evening, they're going to play the Heat down in Miami, who just wailed on the Lakers, by the way. Heat just beat the Lakers by 41 points. And everybody involved, boy, they're embarrassed. But I bet those tens of millions of dollars that they earn are going to soften the blow just a little bit. Yeah, it was a tough game. And imagine if you were docked pay for each loss in professional sports.
Be great. We go home and wipe their eyes with hundreds tonight.
Alan, way to make people cry on their drive home from work on a Friday. You dumbass. I didn't mean to. I mean, I was vibing with Alex Van Halen's assessment of when he said goodbye to his brother Eddie, and it was making me think of when we went through the same thing with my dad. So, but yes, of course, I didn't. Okay, fine. Let's do some farts. We can do some farts. I recorded Rob a few minutes ago. There you go. In the break.
In the bathroom.
Mm-hmm. Well, I hope.
Well, you can hear the acoustics.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And we're back.
Hey, everybody. Now, that is the Bill Squire stairwell fart. R.I.P. Never outdone. Often outnumbered, never outgunned.
That's a hell of a fart.
I mean, a listener did submit one. Yeah.
That's the only time a listener's ever submitted a fart?
No, this one is a listener submitted too.
Whoa.
In their garage.
That's a big fart.
Yeah. Then the girl with the clap in her cheeks sounds like Chewbacca. Yeah.
Also,
you got to have some cakes to pull that off, boy.
Well, it also sounds like it's going to itch when it dries. You know, like.
Yeah.
I mean, there's one thing.
I'm sure there's a rivulet of something going down the back of her leg.
Yeah. Once that thing starts shaking, man, I don't know.
Don't come a knocking. It doesn't rhyme, but you take it. Yeah. Speaking of country music, Mac Allen Smith there's a guy who has accidentally gone viral because he's making fun of country songs. A guy named Mitchell Ferguson over on TikTok. He's making fun of how contemporary country songs are all put together. And people were like, this isn't bad. I think probably it's pretty meta. He's kind of proving his point. You can put very little work and make it sound like something, and people will enjoy it.
I'ma need a little bit of cocaine, need to dip it down, man, and the more man, and the man ain't down, let the man now. So we gonna take a little trip to the other side of town, and the man got bound, she did the brain, she begin to dinner. So I drank a beer. So I drank a beer.
Yeah, that's catchy, boy. Hey, listen, contemporary country is pop music. And just as pop music has teams of people writing songs and before there were algorithms, there were teams of people figuring out what makes a hit based on what people are used to hearing. And, they'll do these kind of data sets over the past few decades that pop music in general, it's not just your imagination. It has gotten simpler and simpler and simpler and more refined, how they do it. Like they can figure out this sound, this succession of noises will be a hit. Like your APT song.
Mm-hmm. Still stuck in my head.
That's a good example of that.
Still stuck in my head.
APT.
Mm-hmm.
Bruno Mars and that K-pop.
Rosé, is it?
Rose, something like that. I was reading about a K-pop, big pop star, J-pop. She was a Japanese pop star in the 80s. They found her dead in her tub. Miho Nakayama. She's a big, big deal in the 80s. And then she went on to be an award-winning actor. She's 54. And somebody went to check on her. I guess they called her. She wasn't picking up, whatever. And they found her in her Tokyo home, dead in the tub. She was supposed to perform. She had a whole battery of Christmas concerts coming up. And I don't have to tell you, she's not going to make them.
Cancel those, I would assume.
Cancel those, yeah, probably. But that other dude is going viral with his "This Is What Country Songs Sound Like."
Well, in all fairness, that's how I hear every single country song. Every single one of them. Now, today's country songs, I love old stuff. Fantastic. The Cashes of the world, excellent.
Waylon and Willie,
fantastic.
See, I couldn't appreciate that stuff as a younger man. My grandma would listen to Dolly Parton, and she'd listen to Willie Nelson, and obviously that's not music that a kid wants to listen to. You can't appreciate it.
No.
Because they're songs of love and loss and, drinking and cheating songs, things like that. You can't appreciate that when you haven't lived your life.
No, the same thing like you and I have talked about in the past. Jerry Reed, right? Like all of those Jerry Reed songs, as you get older, are really freaking funny. The stuff that dude sang about. What's the one, oh, God, where he talks about he lost everything in the divorce. She got she got the gold, I got the mine.
And I got the shaft.
The shaft.
She credits Jerry Reed for beginning my lifelong addiction to other people's attention. Because he has a song called When You're Hot, You're Hot.
Mm-hmm.
And my mom had the album. And she said, when I would play that album, you would dance around the living room in your diaper. She's like, the rest of the time, you just kind of sit there. Now, I was 17 at the time. That's the only caveat. No, she's like, you were like 2 years old, and I would put on When You're Hot by Jerry Reed, and you would dance around the entire length of the song. And so my mom goes, that was your first taste of other people's approbation and attention, and it never went away. And I've monetized it to the best of my ability. But Jerry Reed could do no wrong, man. Eastbound and Down and Amos Moses.
I agree.
He died of emphysema. He was a heavy smoker, boy, and he did not want to quit. And so he quit, but it was too late. He used to do PSAs on how bad it is to smoke.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, he died of emphysema. He was 71. It wasn't like he was a young man, but I mean, the cigarettes are what killed him. So, but yeah, Jerry Reed. But you can't appreciate that stuff when you're younger. You know, we'd go to my grandma's and like, you know, Hee Haw was on Saturday night and she'd be watching that. You know, because my grandmother, you know, my extended family were rural people. And I couldn't appreciate that either until I got older.
Boy, we grew up in much different ways, man. My grandfather, I mean, you talk about the things that were playing at your grandmother's house. I mean, I was hearing Pavarotti and Mario Lanza and
okay.
So those are, I mean, those
Sinatra.
things were Sinatra.
Yeah.
You know, it's funny. He didn't seem to like him as much, man. He kind of was always more about the smaller guys, you know.
The Italian crooners.
The Italian crooners, yeah. It was. I just was listening to a whole bunch of it the other day. I was cooking, I made like a sauce, you know.
Gravy.
I like to throw
and
that.
some gravy.
I'm not one of the gravy guys.
Yeah.
It's pretty funny. But I was cooking, so I threw that stuff on. It's like that. You know, it reminds you of the past, and I just all those songs just come flooding back, and now I'm like, oh, I kind of like this stuff now.
But Mario Lanza was primarily an actor, right? Wasn't he an actor who sang?
He was.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was big on those guys, man. My grandmother's favorite was Engelbert Humperdinck.
Oh, yeah, my grandma had the Dink.
The Dink.
We've talked about him getting dinked down. Every time he comes through MGM Northfield Park, there's people go out there getting dinked down.
And she would call him Hinkerdink.
Yeah.
Just for the fun of it.
His real name was Jerry Dorsey.
That was a stage name?
Yeah, there's a 15th century composer named Engelbert Humperdinck.
Oh, I didn't know that.
And he took the name because the record label was like, look, man, you can sing, but ain't nobody going to listen to Jerry Dorsey records. I think that was his name.
Okay.
And so he goes, well, I'll just grab somebody else's name. Arnold George Dorsey is his name.
Wow.
Yeah. And he took Engelbert Humperdinck, which was the name of a 19th century German composer. He wrote the opera Hansel and Gretel.
No kidding.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, no, I always just assumed he was not from here and that was his name.
I mean, I think he is British, technically. But
so he's not Engelbert Humperdinck.
He's not. No. His stage name was Jerry Dorsey. And then I think his record label or something was like, we need something. His hardcore fans were called Humperdinkers. They were not. Come on, what?
My grandmother was one, man. I'll tell you
After
that.
the Lovin', and yeah, my grandma was living. I was singing. I'm like, I don't want to hear my grandma listen to a song about After the Lovin'. Like, Grandma, come on. Grandma's been dead a long time. After the Lovin'.
I guess I never paid that close attention.
You haven't had any lovin' in 20 years, Grandma. Come on. You know?
You hope.
Right. Listen, my grandma, she knew what she liked.
Boner.
What?
Boner.
What?
Boner.
I love you, Grandma. Alan did that J-pop star die in the tub while diarrheaing on her son. No, she was not Tub Girl. No, she was a famous 80s Japanese pop star.
It's very funny because that's the first thing that I thought of when you said she passed away in the tub after what I had seen at the beginning of the show today.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, well, hopefully she didn't die that way.
Nope. But what a way to go.
Basic drowning.
You're going out doing what you love. Alan, does Rob know that Jimmy Buffett wrote all of Jerry Reed's song? Oh,
You son of a bitch. Who do you think you are?
I'd love to bring Turkey back, though.
Yeah,
He's like, hey, Turkey. I mean, not even with jive is dealer's choice, but Turkey.
Turkey.
Hey, Turkey.
Well, there's only one way to bring it back, Alan.
Yeah.
Just got to start doing it. Turkey.
Alan, today is 12 years to the day of losing my mother, so thanks. Listen, what do you want me to say? Every day is the anniversary of somebody losing somebody. Mike and Parma suggesting the Friday letdown. All right, listen. Mike, I didn't ask for your...
What other sad stories you got for a funky Friday?
I didn't ask for...
Friday letdown.
Uh-huh.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah. Friday!
What's up, finger
Right,
bang?
right,
Finger bang, 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 finger bang.
This'll get him back.
Finger bang,
Little
bang,
Brian.
bang, bang, finger bang, bang. Finger
It's officially
bang,
quitting
bang,
time
bang, bang,
on a Friday, everybody.
Bang, bang,
Tell that boss you're done for the weekend.
Finger bang Friday.
Finger bang,
Oh boy, he's
bang, finger bang, bang, finger bang, 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 finger bang.
all right.
So that's my favorite.
If you let him go, he'll go. He loves. He's got thoughts on things, and
We need more sluts.
yeah, yeah, that too. So, yeah.
Alan, baby, I love you, but you're just talking about how everybody who wants to have sex must now get their tubes tied. Has this ever been discussed? Maybe you could use, I don't know, protection? Has it ever occurred to anybody?
Oh, it cut her off. Okay. No, I didn't say that, darling. I didn't. No, we were talking about, states that are trying to make abortion illegal and things like that. No. That's a sweet thought, but it's also very naive with what's coming is the point. I didn't say people had to do that. What I say is they're seeing a massive increase in young people, men and women, making appointments with doctors to get their tubes tied or get vasectomies. Because the people who are coming in have made it very, very clear and very public. They don't want any barriers to access of having children. That they want to outlaw the morning after pill. That they want to look at, they don't want any contraception of any kind. So the notion that, yeah, as of now you can use protection, sure. But it wasn't me saying that people need to do that. Doctors are like, yeah, I got a lot of people in their mid-20s coming to me going, snip it. Because I'm not even going to mess around with that. That's what's coming. If they have their way. I mean, I'm sure there'll be no small amount of pushback. I'm sure the Trojan company would have something to say about it. Durex gets their grubby little mitts on policy, you know. It's not like it's an open road, but those people have been, it's Project 2025 and all this nonsense. They have been very, very, they're not hiding at all what they want to do. They don't want any kind of contraception. They want to make sure that there is no way that you can't have a kid. So, yeah, the protection thing, yeah, that's sweet. Great idea. I was a condom guy my whole life till a couple of years ago. I had no problem with it. But there are people who want to see to it that is no longer in your control.
You were on quite a run there, and I didn't want to interrupt.
Oh, boy.
But that was full of puns.
Which part?
Well, you kept talking about what was going to happen, and you said that's what's going to happen, but in a different word.
That's what's coming.
Right. In a whole run about protection.
Mm-hmm.
See?
Mm-hmm. I'm picking up what you're laying down here.
Love you, but please don't touch my vagina.
Mm-hmm. That's a PSA. The American Gynecological Institute. I don't even know if that's an organization. I got one more pair of tickets for you for Disturbed. I'll have more for you next week, but this week, two more. WMMS is presenting Disturbed at the Romo Fijo. They're on that 25th anniversary tour for The Sickness. And coming here March 31st with Daughtry and Nothing More in the opening slots. We are going to be doing a meet and greet with Disturbed. We'd love to have you along for that. So register at WMMS.com. Make sure you got your name in the hat. And I'll have those 2 tickets for you after the break.
Ready to win your trip to iHeartRadio Alter Ego 2025, presented by Capital One,
featuring Incubus.
Whatever tomorrow brings.
Cage the Elephants,
There ain't no rest for the wicked.
The Lumineers,
St. Vincent,
Glass Animals, The Head and the Heart,
Fontaine's DC, Måneskin's Damiano David,
and The Offspring.
The biggest single night of live alt rock on the planet.
For your chance to win an Alter Ego trip, just listen to this station on the free iHeartRadio app.
Thanks to Capital One for being the proud presenting partner of Alter Ego.
Capital One is the proud presenting partner of iHeartRadio Alter Ego 2025, bringing great products, rewards, and services to its customers. What's in your wallet?
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Mostly cloudy tonight, down to 21. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high of 35. Mostly sunny Sunday with a high of 47.
This report is sponsored by Romeo's Pizza. The new Romeo's Pizza online-only deal saves you $7 off any order of 30 or more. And this holiday season, partial proceeds of your Romeo's Pizza purchase benefit St. Jude Children's Research Hospital, too. 2 great reasons to make it a Romeo's Pizza night.
Kia of Streetsboro. Kia of Streetsboro.com. It's the season of new traditions sales event at Kia of Streetsboro. Right now, get up to $5K over Kelly Blue Book for your trade. Use that money to lower these already great deals, like a 2025 Kia K4 LXS front-wheel drive, lease for only $119 per month. A 2025 Kia K5 LXS, lease for only $209 per month. We're also blowing out remaining 2024s. Get a 2024 Kia Sportage LX front-wheel drive, lease for $209 per month, or a 2024 Kia Telluride LX front-wheel drive lease for just $299 per month. It's the season of new traditions sales event at Kia of Streetsboro. Get here today and make those holidays even better. 5K over KBB and rates as low as 0% at Kia of Streetsboro. Shop all our inventory 24/7 at KiaofStreetsboro.com. Kia of Streetsboro. Kia of Streetsboro.com. Residency restrictions may apply. See dealer for additional details. Expires 1/2/25.
Military retirees and active duty family members, did you know you have access to excellent TRICARE Prime coverage through the Martins Point U.S. Family Health Plan? TRICARE Prime is now available in your area of Ohio. Get low-cost, quality care from local civilian doctors you can trust. Switch to the Martins Point U.S. Family Health Plan and get the coverage and service you've earned. TRICARE open season ends on December 10th, so don't delay. Learn more at martinspoint.org/Ohio today.
Whether they're at school or a sleepover, as a parent, you worry about your child with food allergies. I want my kids to enjoy every moment without us. Did you know Xolair Omalizumab 150 milligrams is an approved injection proven to significantly reduce allergic reactions when your child accidentally eats something they're allergic to?
When taken once or twice a month, Xolair focuses on the source of food allergy reactions. For adults and children as young as 1, Xolair is effective in reducing allergic reactions to a single or multiple foods. While taking Xolair, you should continue to avoid all foods to which you are allergic. Xolair should not be used for the emergency treatment of any allergic reactions, including anaphylaxis. By prescription only. Don't use if you are allergic to Xolair. Xolair may cause a severe, life-threatening allergic reaction called anaphylaxis. Tell your doctor if you ever had anaphylaxis. Get help right away if you have trouble breathing or if you have swelling of your throat or tongue. Xolair should not be used for the emergency treatment of allergic reactions, including anaphylaxis. Xolair is for maintenance use to reduce allergic reactions, including anaphylaxis, while avoiding food allergens. Serious side effects such as cancer, fever, muscle aches and rash, parasitic infection, or heart and circulation problems have been reported. Please see Xolair.com for full prescribing information. Ask an allergist about Xolair or call 1-866-4-XOLAIR. This is an advertisement for Xolair, paid for by Genentech and Novartis.
'Tis the season to raise a little Cane with Raising Cane's. Spread joy with craveable chicken finger meals and treat everyone on your nice list to a Cane's gift card or plush puppy, which benefits local pet organizations. Happy holidays from Raising Cane's. One love.
The PayPal app has amazingly low prices for holiday shopping. Get cashback offers in the app, and when you use the PayPal debit card, PayPal stacks 5% more in the monthly category of your choosing on up to $1,000 in purchases. Don't just pay, PayPal.
Men, if you're suffering from erectile dysfunction or PE, Precise Men's Medical Center will get your sex life back in just one visit. Their painless, breakthrough medical treatments eliminate ED and PE. Here's a specialist in men's health.
I'm Dr. Simovitz. Have Viagra or Cialis let you down? Precise Men's Medical Center offers the most effective treatments that eliminate ED and PE, with men lasting longer than ever. 98% of patients see instant results on their first visit.
Precise Men's Medical Center's breakthrough treatments will restore your sex life regardless of age or medical history. Your consultation and first treatment are free. Plus, you'll see instant results in the office. Plus, qualified patients will have their testosterone checked free. Call 216-201-9999. 216-201-9999 to regain your sex life in just one
right, Disturbed is going on the 2025 tour. The 25th anniversary of The Sickness, WMMS, presents Disturbed with special guest Daughtry and Nothing More. It's going to happen Monday, March 31st over at the Romo Fijo. We'd love to have you along. We're also going to do a meet and greet with Disturbed as well. So get in on that. You can register at WMMS.com. I will have more tickets for you to see Disturbed next week, but you get my last pair here for this week. 2 tickets for you, caller 10. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
You know that part of your brain that regulates good decision-making? Thanks for turning that one off and turning on the Alan Cox Show.
Sorry about all the cocks.
On 100.7
Sorry about all the cocks.
WMMS.
Once again, we hear them calling for war. It doesn't matter what they're fighting for. They light the match and watch the whole world burst into flame. The story's always the same. Millions are falling in line. It's just a matter of time. Endless destruction.
I was listening to this past summer as I was mowing my lawn. Did my lawn in 5 minutes. I got a big lawn. Yeah, so I will have more Disturbed tickets for you next week. I like those guys. They can surprise you. A lot of people don't think they can, but they can. David Draymond in interviews, by the way, can come off as being kind of overly serious and kind of boomery sometimes, but those guys got their heads on straight.
Solid band.
Yeah, they are. So next week, tickets for Disturbed. I will also have Cavs tickets for you all next week. They're taking on Philly on the 21st. If you want to go to the Ohio RV Super Show, a lot of other places will just put on an RV show. Here in Ohio, though, presented by Progressive. That's the 8th through the 12th at the IX Center. That Breaking Benjamin and Stained show is set for May at Blossom. I will get you set up for that all week. And maybe hockey is more your vibe. Cold Steel on Ice. The Monsters are going to play the Grand Rapids Griffins on the 28th. Kind of that fallow period in between Christmas and New Year's. A lot of times you're looking for something to do. So I'll have a 4-pack for you. Monsters, Griffins all next week. It's Monster Star... Take 2. It's Monster Scarf Giveaway Night. ClevelandMonsters.com for all that information.
Did you ever find out if it was a very large scarf or actually the team branded?
Emblazoned with the Monsters logo?
Yeah.
I'm going to assume the latter, but I would love if they were handing out monster-sized scarves.
Massive.
Massive.
Wrap your whole self in them.
Yeah. Fox 8 is reporting. Now, I want you to hold on to your knickers because this is going to put you back on your heels. Fox 8 is reporting that Deshaun Watson will not face any discipline from the NFL in regards to a sexual lawsuit that was filed in September. I think that was that most recent bit of information that had come out, that he was, that this stinker had gotten up into something with somebody else, allegedly. NFL says there was insufficient evidence to find a violation. So, yeah. They're not going to...
He roughly sexually assaulted a woman he met on a date.
Were you surprised then when you did find out?
Yes, ma'am. Before I found out this allegation and this foul, exactly when everyone else found out through media.
How much thought have you given to the possibility the league could come after you once more for the personal conduct policy?
I haven't had any thought. Honestly, my focus is just figuring out, Jacksonville's plan on defense.
Anyway. So that was then, and this is now. Of course, he said he was surprised by that lawsuit. Probably not.
Yeah, I was going to say
surprised.
At this point, I mean, it's kind of just
Are you surprised?
Right?
I mean,
Be surprised if there wasn't one.
Most people wear 2 shoes. This guy is waiting for multiple shoes to drop at any given time. This guy's up to his neck in a pile of shoes. So, of course, his season was ended in October when he got hurt. But he won't be facing any more. At least for that, they're not going to do anything to change up his life, I guess. Alan, I keep wondering if you like Disturbed or not. And then they put a little eye roll emoji. I guess they don't like me liking Disturbed. Tonight, Monsters, by the way, I mentioned this earlier in the week. They're doing emo night. That's at the Monsters game tonight. So, Rob, when you and I leave here tonight, be extra careful because downtown is going to be crawling with people that would be difficult to see because it'd be black hair dye and guy liner and the whole bit.
Just whisking their hair out of their faces.
Whisking their bangs. A band called Heart Attack Man is going to be playing over there. I played you a little bit of them midweek, too, and I like the cut of their jib.
I like them
At least that little clip I played. I was entirely unfamiliar with them before that. Maybe they're doing local venues and things like that. But I liked it. Hey, something occurs to me, Rob. This will be the end of our third week together on the Alan Cox Show. And I don't know if you have talked to Mary Santorum.
I have not.
I think you met her on the cruise, didn't you? Didn't you meet Mary Santorum?
I did.
She showed up on Captain Fun's Floating Fandango. And she used to call to aggravate our own Mary Santora. But now, Mary, you're kind of out there on an island now, aren't you? Do you feel rudderless at all?
Hello, Alan. This is Mary Santorum.
Oh, Mary, I've got to tell you, what a salve for my soul to hear you on a Friday. It's been a real roller coaster of emotion around here, and I'm so pleased to hear from you.
Well, thank you. You know, I just wanted to call and introduce myself and say hello to one of my favorite program directors, Mr. Rob Anthony. Hello, Robert.
Hello, Mary.
Who are some of your other favorite program directors? If I didn't realize you had a whole coterie of PDs that you were enjoying.
Oh, yeah, Alan. I would rank him up there with greats like Abby Krisner, Mark Adams, and, of course, Kevin Mahaney, Pig Vomit.
Abby Krisner. Wow. All right. One of my exes.
I know my PDs, okay?
Yeah, good for you.
Hey, Rob, a quick question. How exactly did you keep your job at iHeart? Did they make a Keith sandwich out of you, big boy?
Boy, we do have too many Keiths around here, don't we?
A lot of Keiths.
A lot of Keiths, yeah.
Yep, they sure did.
Oh, wow. Interesting. Okay. That explains that, then. Hey, Rob, it sounds like you were classically trained in the comedic arts. Now, do you do any stand-up?
No, I don't. I did when I was a younger man. I never reached the
pinnacle of Mary Santorum, as it were.
No.
Wait. So you don't have a show or an album or a special taping to promote?
Not at the moment. I'm working on it.
Wait. So what you're trying to tell me is that you don't have a podcast or YouTube, Instagram, or even an OnlyFans to promote?
Well, the OnlyFans thing is, you didn't bring that up, but...
Rob's selling pictures of his feet, Mary, if that's what you're asking. Yeah.
Well, Rob, I want to offer you a job, big boy. Now, Rob, I do a lot of stand-up with my comedic troupe, the Bombers, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And this weekend we're going to be playing at a strip club owned by the film actor Peter North, and I need a hold of Phil, literally.
Uh-huh.
Hey, Rob, I've actually been working on a song for you. Would you like a little example?
Oh, I'd love to hear it.
Okay, now, this is just the chorus, okay? It goes like this. Okay. Keith Burger in paradise, in between two white bones is mighty nice. When they ask, I don't think twice, 'cause I'm a Keith Burger in paradise.
Wow.
Keith Burger, huh?
In paradise. It sounds redundant. Of course it's paradise.
Oh, boy. I love it.
Alan,
Thank you, Mary.
All I'll end on that note. Thank you for taking my call and letting me perform my craft. You know I appreciate it. And Rob, it was nice to finally meet you, and I look forward to talking to you in the future. And like I told Erica, Poundcake, Mary, and Bill, if you ever need anything, just let me know. And Rob, when I say anything.
All right. Thank you. There's Mary Santorum. Wow, who knew that she had such a wide reach? She was doing a deep dive on those program directors.
Keith Burger in Paradise.
Yeah, how about that? The implication being that you're, of course, sandwiched.
With a couple of Keiths.
A couple of Keiths, as it were, yes.
Got to get to the
Messieurs Hotchkiss and Kennedy. Yeah, right. Well, listen, anytime anyone asks, how did you keep your job at iHeart? I never have a good answer. It's just, who knows?
Right place, right time, I guess. I have no idea, to be honest with you.
I guess so. As soon as we find out, we'll tell you. All right, there you go. Thank you. Mary Santorum checking in. Boy, it's been a minute, but I thought for sure she was playing coy, but I'm pretty sure that you met her on the cruise this past summer.
I think so.
Yeah. Because that's when I met her. She came up to me and introduced herself, and I was, I'll come right out and say it, I was agog at her beauty. I was transfixed by what she had going on there. She did try to, she loves to perform, and we get such a big crowd on that cruise that she did try to wrench the microphone from my hand when I was doing a couple of announcements. I think she wanted like an impromptu performance, and I had to explain to her that, let's just keep it fun. I mean, people aren't here to watch a show or anything like that. But
I mean, if she broke into Keith Burger in Paradise, it's possible.
Yeah, I think that might be something, might need some accompaniment to go with it too.
Fair. Well, you could always have, oh boy, Mattitude just hit play on Cheeseburger in Paradise.
He could,
just sing over the top
There's
of it.
probably a karaoke version of that Mattitude could do. And we'll have to look into that, I guess. But thank you, Mary. I appreciate it. Alan, it's Heath Burger, not Keith. You know how, it's not pumpkin pie in that other song? Oh, Heath. Oh, yeah, like the chocolate and toffee? That one? Although I heard it as Keith.
Later we'll have some pumpkin pie and we'll do some caroling.
All right, effing pie. Maybe it is Heath Burger. Stephen Canton, by the way, wants to know how old you are, Rob.
45. I know. My brother sent me a text. He's like, "Hey, can I looking old?" I was like, "Oh, thanks." He's like, "No,
looking old."
It's just it's the white beard. Well, yeah, okay, cool. I've had this for 10 years, but now, it's a big deal.
And camera ready every day too.
Right. Not just wearing a different hat every day.
That's why I've stayed clean shaven for the most part. Because my hair up top has been gray for so long that I'm not trying to call attention. You know what I mean? I want to stay, it's less rugged, of course, but I'd like to stay smooth.
Yeah, I don't look good without facial hair. I need something, and I can't wear a goatee anymore.
Why is that?
I don't know. It's just not, who wears them anymore? It's gone.
That's why you bring it back.
No,
people go, hey.
I do not want to be the guy that brings back a facial hairstyle. Nope.
You don't look like Michael Scott in those middle seasons?
And I don't look good in aviator glasses. I don't drive a unmarked van, so I can't pull off a mustache.
Okay.
So
what about growing your hair out?
I can't do that. I mean, I probably could. I just don't think I'm going to get the same effect as you have there.
I see.
I could do it.
Oh, good for you.
I'm just sticking with the hat thing. I wear a different hat. This is the first time I've repeated a hat, by the way.
What's the hat?
Today it's the...
Is that Seattle Kraken?
It's a buddy of mine's company back in Rhode Island.
All right. What do they make?
They are an environmental company.
Oh.
They do environmental cleanup.
All right.
Yeah.
I bet that's booming business right now.
Oh, my goodness.
That's a growth industry.
He is a busy, busy man.
Sure.
Yeah. So
he just got a trawler with a big net behind it?
That's it.
Yeah.
Yep, that's all.
I have not been into a Costco in a minute. I'm not someone prone to anxiety at all, but going into a Costco is the closest that I get to feeling like I am beset on all sides by something that I'm not interested in. But Costco, over the past few years, has really started to branch out into all kinds of weird things. You know, they sell gold bars. They sell $1.50 wieners. I mean, that's not new. But now they're selling apocalypse food buckets. And, you know, there's a lot of like upper middle class, white collar, low key preppers, people who have the means to prepare for whatever. And so I'm sure Costco knows exactly what they're doing with this. That's why they sold out those gold bars in about 5 minutes too, because I don't know if Glenn Beck is doing Costco ads, but, you know, you probably get a lot of the similar-minded people. But the company called ReadyWise, they're making the emergency food bucket. And, of course, we've all heard about these, right? There's various companies that make them. And it's kind of the cornerstone of modern prepping, is you got to have the bucket of food. The beauty of these is, of course, you turn them upside down, and now you've got a makeshift chair. You can sit in your bunker. But the Costco food bucket lasts 25 years, is what it says. 150 freeze-dried and dehydrated meal servings, and it's only $79.99. And it says it's more than just food. It's not, of course. But it provides, quote, readiness in the face of uncertainty. And you get a lot for this, right? Let's say you're sitting there. Let's say worst case scenario. And you go, oh, my God, I need this food bucket. 80 entrees and sides, 30 breakfasts, and 40. Why would it last you for 25 years, by the way, and give you only 30 breakfasts? Teriyaki rice, tomato basil soup, okay? 2 for $2 in my book.
I might get one of these things just to keep by the couch.
That's what I'm saying. Then you pop it open. You go, you know what would go great with this drink? Pasta Alfredo. Dehydrated pasta Alfredo. Cheesy macaroni and apple cinnamon cereal.
I'm going with the potatoes and chicken-flavored pot pie.
Yep.
It's gluten-free, Alan.
Mm-hmm. Do you have a gluten allergy?
I don't, but it says it's gluten-free, so I may as well eat it.
I was going to say, it's great for people that have gluten allergies, and it's got to be great for people that don't have gluten allergies.
I would never have to I could use the bucket as a bathroom. I would never have to get up.
Well, take the food out first.
Well, yes, but
also, you know, people are rightly asking, hey, does Costco know something we don't know?
Good
Are
point.
they? Yeah. And also, you know, people are asking really good questions because you throw these out there and then you kind of let the internet do its thing. And people are like, well, if we're in the apocalypse, where are you getting the fresh water to prepare these dried meals?
You have 8,000 bottles of water if you're a doomsday
That's
prepper.
right. Other people suggesting that if the apocalypse doesn't kill you, this bucket of chemicals will. But some people buy them and use them for camping. It doesn't have to be the apocalypse. And quite frankly, $79.99, a lot of these food bucket companies online, they're charging you a couple $100. So does Costco know something? Hell yeah, they're way around a great deal. That's what they know. And the entire thing is 25,000 total calories, to which I'm sure some Americans say, hold my beer. And depending, like I said, it doesn't have to be the apocalypse. Some people just might be really jittery and dig into their Costco doomsday food bucket.
Do you really get bugged out at Costco?
I mean, I don't want to go on a Saturday.
Yeah, no, try to avoid
But
the
that's like
weekends if
that
you
would be
can.
my only time to go. I can't go on a weekday. I just haven't been there. I mean, I'll get gas there, but I haven't been inside in a while because I don't need anything in bulk.
I only get the agita when I walk by people selling stuff. You know, like
the samples.
What is your what is your current situation in your home? Do you need a new roof?
Oh, I see.
No, I'm good, thank you. And I always make eye contact and I try to be polite.
Right.
And like I told you, I don't like talking. And I get the whole, hey, what about your current cell phone carrier? I have a work phone. Well, what is it? I have a work phone. I don't know. I'm not paying for it.
You know what I like to do? I like to stand there and let them go through the entire spiel. And then I go, no, thank you. And I walk away. Because you know how I see that? I am, in the time they're rattling it off to me, I'm jumping on a grenade and I'm saving 5 or 6 other people from having to go through it.
You're a humanitarian.
They're walking by. I mean, I am as God made me. They're walking by and I'm letting this, and they're just trying to do a job.
Totally.
You know, hey, do you need a new roof? How about your cell carrier? At least those are things people are using. It's the people standing there going, want to subscribe to the plain dealer? These poor sons of bitches. I'm like, do I look like I'm 85 years old? Some days, yes. But not today. I get gussied to go to Costco.
I love Costco.
Theoretically, I got nothing against it. I've been a member forever. I just haven't been in there in a while. But now they got I hope there's no run on them food buckets. Because, might go get one of those. Okay, I got a break. 35192, that's a good way to text me. It's the only way to text me. You can leave messages on the iHeartRadio app if you listen there, and you can watch the pictures fly through the air at our YouTube channel.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go. This is the Buzzard.
From the Dave's Cosmic Sub Studios. Feed your Dave's Crave today.
100.7 WMMS, Cleveland.
Alan, you have been described by your enemies as evil, insane, manipulative. Who are you?
Call the Alan Cox Show. 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
You know, if we're going to continue to burnish our accolades and our reputation as Cleveland's rock station, we should really get on board with these guys. Are you familiar with this band? They're called Bush.
No. Tell me more.
We were fortunate enough to have them play at Buzzard Fest last summer. I sat down with Gavin Rossdale, who's the frontman of the band, and could not have been nicer.
I could not believe what a nice guy he was.
He's a real bona fide rock star. I mean, I had spoken to him a few times over the course of my career, and I was so glad that he was able to make the time to sit down and talk to me, because he's just a mensch.
Well, the coolest part really was, like, the handlers were trying to pull him away, and some fans were wrapped around the tent, remember? And
yes.
he just walked over, and he's like, all right, let's just take pictures. And there had to be 100 people just standing right there handing him phones, and he's taking selfies, and he was there for probably 20 minutes. His people were pissed, but he was fantastic.
I handed him a Sharpie so he could sign stuff.
Yeah. That's beyond, cool. It was that I cannot get over how nice he was.
I met him. I met him the first time he left Bush. He started a band called Institute, and I had done a promotion with him when I was on the air in Pittsburgh, and so that would have been like 2003 maybe. And he was really nice then. He's just like happy to be doing what he's doing. Anyway, this album, Bush's first, was called 16 Stone. A full 50% of the album was hits. There were 12 tracks, six of them were huge hits. Ironically, Bush was a band that was way less successful at home in the UK. Not that maybe to the Brits they sounded too similar to some other bands, but they were right down the middle of what people were wanting here in 1994. Now, they were, obviously, because that was when they kind of blew up, people immediately branded them as like Nirvana ripoffs, but they had been around for a minute. I mean, Gavin Rossdale had a band called Midnight that didn't really get any traction, and then he met the other guys that would be his bandmates in Bush. But Come Down, which was a huge hit, that was the first song that he had ever written by himself. That was like a #1 song. But you sent me the thing that today is the 30th anniversary of this album.
It's tough, man.
And what I read was that it came out on November the 1st of 1994. So,
oh, really?
Was it a British-U.S. thing? Did it get dropped first overseas?
Yeah, I got since its U.S. release on December 6, 1994, it's sold over 6 million copies.
Yeah.
So maybe it's a different release.
I mean, they had gotten signed to a major label. And the label, the band wanted it, because it had been done for like a year. The band wanted it done or put out earlier in the year. And the label's like, we don't hear any hits. And literally like 6 of the 12 songs were massive. I remember I was still managing Blockbuster Video, and I was dating a coworker, and she got on Bush right away. And I was a naysayer. I was like, these, because for a minute, every band kind of sounded like Nirvana or, they were all, it was grunge. I mean, it wasn't their fault. It was just, but obviously it really, really grew on me. And of course, nobody knew what 16 stone meant at the time. But that's a measurement of weight if you're British, right? A stone. 1 stone is 14 pounds. There's simply no way to know how much 16 stone would be. Let me run it through So if 1 stone is 14 pounds.
16 of those, right?
So, well, hold on.
16 of those.
The...
Christ.
224 pounds is what I'm seeing here.
Well done.
16 stone would be, if 1 stone is 14, then all right.
So I wonder what the significance of 224 is, or 16 stone.
Here's my guess. It is the combined weight of all 4 members of Bush.
Well, as thin as he looked, I would actually agree with you.
You got the one rule in rock and roll, boy, don't get fat.
Nope. And he did not.
No, the guy's 6. Well, he's not 60 yet. He's probably 59. He's just a few years older than me.
Dude, and in just sick shape.
Yes.
He had that, like,
well, he's
cut
running
off
around every night.
T-shirt
Yeah.
on.
Yep. And this is a guy who, like, ended up having a kid when he was younger. Didn't really realize, 30-year-old woman shows up at his door one day, says, I'm your daughter. Yeah, he and Gwen Stefani fell out because he porked the maid or whatever it was.
Is that what happened?
Yeah, the nanny. Yeah, he put it in the nanny.
Always seems to be the nanny.
And Gwen Stefani is very sweet, too.
Yeah, it's a tough one.
But Gavin Rossdale, is a good-looking dude. He can still sing. And, yeah, he's still in great shape. He will be 60 next year.
Wow.
The night before Halloween. So he just turned 59. He will be 60 next year. And if you saw him at Buzzard Fest, he has the crowd in the palm of his hand. Part of that is nostalgia. Obviously, the bands we had, we wanted to hearken back to that time. We had Incubus, we had Bush, we had Live. We just had a great, great time. Hopefully, maybe we can bring it back next summer.
That's the plan.
Those things don't always work out. Everything kind of, I hesitate to say fell into place because it requires an immense amount of work on Rob's part and the part of our promotions directors and things like that to put Buzzard Fest together. But we were able to make it happen last summer. This summer, not so much. The stars don't always align. You're kind of at the mercy of bands and when they are and where they are. But, okay, you know what? I didn't want to pull the curtain back too far, but I'll just say it right now. Buzzard Fest next summer, we already have lined up. It's going to be Bush, Incubus, Filter, Live, and I think it's going to be great.
I'm ready.
I'm looking forward to it.
Picking up right where we left off. We're just going to change the order up.
Yeah.
Bush is going to open.
Yeah.
Incubus will close. No, how was it?
Incubus
Bush
closed last time. Yep.
Yeah.
Live will close.
We'll just call it Ed. Call the band Ed. Because that's pretty much, that's Live, right?
It is. It's Ed Kowalczyk. And yeah. But yeah, so 30 years ago today, Bush drops their debut album and it explodes in the United States. Now, I had to Google why stone was a unit of measurement. And it goes back to 14th century England's exporting of raw wool to Italy. So there's levels. I don't know what significance 16 stone has, but the measurement stone goes back to the 1300s when guys were measuring wool
with stone or in stone.
Yeah, as a measurement. How much wool have you got?
16
I've got 26 stone of wool. Oh, okay.
16 of those stones.
Get those off to Italy as quickly as possible.
The nice Italian wool.
It's a kind of, hey, I got a 26 stones of wool.
How am I supposed to move all of this wool?
No, wait. It's England exporting it to Florence. So I'm the exporter, you're the exportee. So I come up and I go, hey, 14 stone of wool.
What am I supposed to do with this?
Hey, I get 26 piece of wool.
I'm going to tell you something right now, you son of a bitch. You take this wool back. I don't want this wool. You measure stone. What's a stone?
It's come over by boat.
It's a nonsense. It's a no stone.
Oh.
It's a wool. I don't want a stone.
You don't want wet wool? Wool.
You went full Monty Python.
I kind of did. Yeah,
I love that.
I lost it halfway through.
Dumb.
Yeah. I'm being repressed.
What am I going to do with all of this wool?
All this wet wool.
Wet wool. Who wants a wet wool?
So anywho, props to Bush. If you listen closely, you'll still hear them played occasionally on 100.7 WMMS. Gavin Rossdale is his own name on social media. He says, I have this band I love called Bush. And I do other things too, you know. He was hoping to be an actor for a while. You know, he was in Constantine. Remember that movie? And the guys that have been with him for a long time. One of the guys, Chris Traynor, he was in a band called Orange 9mm back in the day. And Chris Traynor, I think, has been in Bush now for like 25 years. And they are doing a handful of winter shows. They're literally doing 5 shows. Tomorrow night, they're going to do the Hard Rock Live in Virginia. Next Friday night, they are playing the Christmas show of my old radio station. They're doing Q101's Twisted Christmas in Chicago. So they're doing a couple of radio festivals, and then they're doing a couple of other things, casinos and such. But yeah, Gavin Rossdale still looks good, man.
30 years.
Right?
Oh.
I mean, of all the bands that you think would still be around, I don't know if people would have pegged Bush.
I mean, they were humongous, right?
Yeah.
Like, all of those bands still, like, the biggest of the big are still around, and the ones that aren't is because people died.
By the way, it's quite clear that Gavin Rossdale has a type. This is him and his current girl. At the MTV European something or other. And she's blonde and pale and red-lipped and young.
And hot.
And hot and young, yeah. It's always funny when the hoi polloi will make their comments about, oh, she's just looking for 15 minutes of fame. Meanwhile, Gavin Rossdale's like, and so? People don't realize how little famous people care that someone else is hanging out with them for a bit because they're famous. He's like, yeah, I'm also 59 and she's 27.
Right.
You got a problem? And he's got, you know, his kids are grown. And so, I don't know, man. I think when you look like that, you keep yourself in shape and you can still sing and you're still a creatively viable person.
Yeah, a lot of those guys go out there, man, and they don't sound good. Sounds
great.
When they played, he sounded as good as when I saw them in the 90s.
That's why people, I think, are still, that crowd was going crazy.
Yeah.
Because he's fully doing the rock star thing, but with kind of a wink, right? He's not being a dick about it. And love and life.
I cannot think, honestly, man, every band that we had that day, they were fantastic. Richard Patrick still sounds like he's incredible too.
Yeah.
Right. Filter was awesome. Incubus, they were kind of dicks aside from the show, but the show was incredible.
We had Incubus, Bush, Live, Filter, Welshly Arms, who are local and great.
Yep.
The Kaleidoscope Kid, and a band called Winona Fighter, who were good too.
They were great.
Yeah, they were all good. It was all great.
Yeah, that was a good show.
It was a lot of fun. I mean, there wasn't a dud in the bunch. So it was a lot of fun. So it'd be nice if we could do it next summer too. But even for people who haven't stayed with Bush the whole time, you can grab a random Bush record and you're gonna hear 2 or 3 songs you love.
Mm-hmm.
That's why every time there's a new Bush record, there's a song we play from it, 1 or 2, because we're like, this is a banger too. So you're doing something right. Live's not a bad closer. I will listen to anyone sing about placenta.
Hitting the floor.
Uh-huh. Well, and I was glad to see that Ed Kowalczyk has kind of done an about face, because that is a guy who was a real pain in the ass for a long time. He wanted nothing to do. He thought very highly of himself, and it led to problems in the band. It led to acrimony and lawsuits, and a friend of mine, because that's another band from central Pennsylvania who's like doing anything to get out. They're from York, PA. And a buddy of mine I don't have a lot of friends in this industry, but one of them was pretty instrumental in getting Live signed and on the road back in the day. And when they blew up, I don't think Ed Kowalczyk, because it was him and his brother, I think. I don't know that Ed Kowalczyk really knew how to deal with that. And so down the road, he was not fun to deal with. But at Buzzard Fest, and I was kind of expecting that. I was kind of very gingerly starting to talk to him, and he couldn't have been nicer.
Well, you made that when we were talking before he came over here. Like, oh boy, like it was like this could go one way.
That's what I said. I was like, you never know which Ed you're going to get.
Go sideways quick.
And so maybe he hasn't done. Maybe we just got nice Ed that day.
He was great.
He was awesome.
Again, another guy who just stood around and took pictures with every single person that wanted him.
And by the way, I don't even have a problem with people who are dicks. I'm like, I don't know your life. If you were doing this nonstop, airport to venue to meet and greet to, I mean, just one day, and people go, oh, well, they're millionaires and famous. Yes, but you're still a person who can get tired, cranky, hangry, all the things we do. Just because you have somebody to go get you things, I'm like, yes, that can round off the sharp edges, but you can still have a bad day. I don't know. 16 stone translates to 224 pounds, this texter says. Allegedly the weight of a young woman who catfished one of Gavin Rossdale's friends via a personal ad. That sounds like urban legend. I love the story.
I want that to be true, yeah.
I love the story. Before we go, because we've got to go, do you want to recap some things from the week?
I think we should.
Okay, good.
The Alan Cox Show asks, anyone? So, what did we learn this week? Anyone?
I was thinking about it. We cover so much ground during the week that it might be nice as we get towards the end of it to kind of zoom out, right? We'll dolly back, we'll fade to black over the course of the week. So some things that maybe we learned about each other, maybe some things we learned about ourselves. Does something come to mind for you?
Well, first things first, your mom is dating. That was something I learned this week. Your mother, back on the market.
I inadvertently got broad swaths of this audience to consider my mother naked.
You sure did.
And I did not intend to do that, but they had thoughts.
She walked around naked all of the time, is the direct quote, I believe, Alan.
Yes, she did. What did I learn? Oh, because of that message we got. I learned there is no iteration of Jimmy Buffett that will not make Rob livid.
Dude.
Even the song for the movie.
I tried to listen back to that, and it's terrible.
All right.
So bad. I guess if there's one other thing that I really learned this week that I think is important is no matter what your name is, you don't need to tell the person that's your waiter that you share it.
Yeah.
Because you get floor bacon.
I thought it was bucket bacon.
Well, it started on the floor,
and
then it goes into the bucket.
Yeah,
and then they give it to people like you who are like, hey, that's my name.
On the
spelled the same way.
On the plate. Mm-hmm. I see, yeah.
Yeah.
All right. I learned insurance company CEO is the least empathized with job in the entire world. We all learned that.
Dude, the memes just keep coming.
I know, they do.
It's so bad. God, you would kind of feel for the guy.
I mean, he doesn't feel anything now, but
hey-o.
I literally learned that Ashtabula has a vibrant Latino community. They are currently buried under 8 feet of snow, but they are there, and when it melts, they're going to have all of our gratitude.
And that Jorge that called in is not one of them.
Right, he's not, right.
So like the bad Speedy Gonzalez impression.
Yeah, he did call. And Booty Hole Pink Eye was not the bassist for Fishbone. We also learned that as well.
I think the easiest way to get into sporting events is to create fake identities. Use names like Harry Ascrack or Duncan McCockiner.
Yeah, those were good names.
Those were great. Harry Paratestes is the one that I normally will go to because I want to pretend I'm Greek.
I'm Greek. Yeah.
I can pass as Greek.
That guy looks like he can make a spinacopita like nobody's business. All right, good. Well, I feel purged and I feel I feel more informed. That's in no way the point of this endeavor. My secret wish is that people leave this program feeling like they know less. Like they have unlearned some things.
What in the hell did I just do with those last 4 hours?
We've got finite amounts of space in our brains. All right, we got to go. Thanks, guys, very much for hanging out. Any parting words, Robert?
Nope, just what I learned this week, Alan. I'm on the socials at WMMS Rob if you would like to climb aboard the fun.
Mm-hmm. All right, cool. We'll be back live on Monday around 2 o'clock. Next week, our last live week of shows, all 5, for 2024, before we go off into vacation mode. Tomorrow night, our metal show, me and Corey Roddick and Pat Butler. It's called 2 Hours to Midnight. 10 p.m. is when we start 120 minutes of nothing but metal. Heavy, heavy stuff. Local music and new stuff and throwbacks. And it's a lot of fun. So if you dig metal, find us tomorrow night, 10 o'clock. Sunday morning, it's the Week in Cox. That is 2 hours of the best stuff from this show during the week. That starts at 8 a.m. And then I will see you Sunday afternoon. It's the last Cox Out pregame. Browns are in Pittsburgh. And so we're going to be at the Wild Eagle in Broadview Heights. We're doing the finals. Still time for you to get in for the Bud Light football face-off. So come on out, hang out, last Cox Out. I love doing them. So I'll see you guys at Wild Eagle, noon to 2, Sunday afternoon. WMMS.com for the details. This show will be available on the iHeartRadio app within the hour. You can leave messages for us over the weekend on the app there. I want to drop voicemails. 216-986-8903. And I think that's it. Cavs are off tonight. Correct. So is it the Corey Roddick experience?
It is.
Ooh, it is. All right, Corey's next. Thanks, guys, for hanging out. Have a good weekend. Do something dangerous. Now we'll see you in hell.
And now I must leave you as the Brady Bunch is on, and I find 4 of those children incredibly arousing. Get out of here.
Be careful of what you say. Be careful in every way. Be careful of what you